Hello chatters, it's lovely to see you. We'll be starting in a couple of minutes. Be aware there is a new stream dono goal. There's the same goal, but like it's a new month. So please get those donos rolling in. Hi to the VOD viewers as well. We'll start everything properly shortly. This is going to be an Iran special again, I guess, because everyone's lost their minds about the war. Yay! Hello and hi. Hello and welcome to everyone to the stream. Welcome to the lovely VOD viewers. Hello VOD viewers. Hello Valerie Valkyrie. Hello Volpix989. Wendy Pixel Curatrix. Always lovely to have you here. Princess Beck Knight 666. Middle Earth Marxist. Welcome to the stream. Weirdo of Oz. Willow Treason. Welcome to the stream. Duke of Blonde. Welcome to the stream with the kicking the stream off. Great with the comment, feed me slop mummy. Slop mode. Sam outside, welcome to the stream, and thank you for subscribing. Haley Snaily Snello, and welcome to the stream. It's lovely to have you all here. We have so many takes to get through this week. It's really quite unfortunate. It's actually a bit of a bad time. I'm probably going to be speaking quite a lot for the whole length of the stream, and hopefully the stream will not be incredibly long, but I'm going to highlight at the start of this one more than other ones. I'm going to be doing a lot of work in this stream, so please, if you find yourself enjoying the stream, consider paying for the stream by subscribing or cheering or donating directly, as NB Citation and Willow Tree already have. Thank you so much for kicking off the new dono goal for the month. So well, we already have £15. The new goal, march me down to the bank and pay my bills. What was I going to say? It was to do with donos. It was last month we hit one stream goal, unlocking a bonus gaming stream. So tomorrow I will be playing Resident Evil Requiem. And there will also be a stream goal on that stream. I've just realized the text is way wrong. It's saying 470. There will also be a stream goal on that stream, but a lower one than usual. That's right, chat. That's right. There's mechanics to this. There's actually 150 on a regular stream to unlock a gaming stream, but on the gaming stream, only 100. So if everyone donates extra big over the weekend, we might end up with a whole bunch of Resident Evil streams. If everyone enjoys my Resident Evil content, that might be a tantalizing prospect. If you hate it, then I hope you just like paying for me to be able to be alive and have my little thoughts, because the price of takes is going up. This is very serious news. The Strait of Ideas has been closed by the terrorist nation Iran. Thank you so much, Wendy, for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to the community. We've got Volpix989, Timmy KC, Bratsamar, love it, Sandrock323, and Aimless Progeny. Welcome to tier 1 subscriptions for Sophie from Mars. You now have access to a bunch of cool emotes from tier 1. Let's see if I can remember the command for Nightbot. It's space copy pasta, or is it copy pasta space? Oh no, I got my own command wrong. Oh, that's so embarrassing. What have I done? Copy pasta space will give you a little bundle of emotes strung together to make a little picture I've painted with the emotes, which are, of course, including my own astrophotography of the planets. So that's a nice little touch for you to enjoy. You can use those emotes all over Twitch, and when you do, people will go, whoa, cool space emotes, and then you'll go, yeah, they're Sophie from Mars emotes, and they'll go, oh my god, I didn't know they were Sophie from Mars emotes. That makes them even better. So, the price of takes is going up. The Strait of Ideas has been closed by the terrorist nation Iran, and this means that op-eds are now reaching, in some cases, $10,000 per take. It's very, very serious. Today on the stream, we are going to be examining some of the quantity of these crude takes, as well as the quality, as they are refined into beautiful, clean takes ready for American free consumption. And consumption, of course, around the world. We are consuming them here in Britain, although it's liquefied natural takes that actually power most of the homes in Britain. I hate this bit. We are going to be looking at, let me just tour you through them, a couple of news pieces from The Guardian, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces from The Atlantic. We've got, what do I have? I have Dark Humor and the Iranian Resistance by David Frum. I have The Israel of October 6th is Never Coming Back by Yair Rosenberg. We've got The Silence of the Left, which is one we've seen before, but it's a refresher. It's going to be very important because it's reminding us about Gal Beckerman, who has now written Why People Are Crying for a Tyrant in Iran. And lastly, The Iran war has 4 stages. We're in the second, by Nancy A. Youssef. And finally, to round all of that off, Thomas L. Friedman's now infamous piece in the New York Times, How to Think About Trump's War in Iran. So, I hope you're all ready to participate in this serious investigative panel into the quality of takes that are rumored to be plummeting despite their rising prices. Oh. How is everyone? How have you been? I hope you've been doing good. It's been 2 weeks. I was planning last week, despite an event I was organizing, to do an early stream because the takes were so fucked. All the Iran war takes were so fucked. I wanted to get in there and to look at some of them. But ultimately, I thought, I haven't done an event like this in a long time. I haven't organized an event of this size in a long time, and I haven't organized an event of this size for an org of this nature ever. And I thought, okay, I'm actually just going to relax today and this week and not do a stream. But as it works out with the bonus stream, we've got 2 streams this week anyway. Willow Treason says, while some categories of take are classified as sweet, be warned, hogs, you must under no circumstances taste the takes. This is very important information. Everyone pay attention to Deputy Supervisor Willow Treason in chat there, who is very important on the commission of the International Take Commission that we're all here as a part of. So, before we do takes, we're going to look at some comments, and I'm going to do some Sporkle, because I was doing some Sporkle earlier, and I thought it was a bit of fun that we could do on the stream as an intellectual warm up, as a palate cleanser, whatever you want really. Prince Infidel says, "Don't taste the science." That's exactly correct. Okay, we are rewinding to the previous stream. We're looking at some comments for a second. So, oh, pardon me. We are looking at not display capture. That's the wrong one. Window capture. Great comment from Omega362. You are not immune to bloboganda. I mostly wanted to highlight that one just because, like, I should have titled the stream that you are not immune to bloboganda, but I didn't know how much we would be talking about little guy theory, my little guy theory of history, and blobos on the stream. But once it shook out like that, it was definitely very blobbo heavy. The only take I think that's like a serious one I wanted to like look at and discuss in terms of the content of last stream, which was of course about the woke greens. My goodness, what a stream that was. The woke stream. This comment here from Minihood31770. Interesting to note that The Guardian made a couple cuts in Hannah Spencer's victory speech there. The one I noticed most was after she says, "I don't think it's radical to think working hard should get you a nice life." If I recall correctly, she immediately followed that with, "Or even if you are unable to work, that you shouldn't have a nice life." Guardian already reducing the message of solidarity to exclude disabled people and people denied the right to work, keeping the rhetoric firmly within "you must work hard." I thought that was... Volpix. Gonna go on GB News, go cry on GB News. Oh, it was so good. I could just watch that forever. Okay. Yes, I thought it was interesting, this claim. I actually haven't seen the full speech, so I can't confirm that for sure, just to avoid having my misinfo counter tick down to 0 days. I can't confirm or deny that edit was made, but it does like align with something broader in, I think, even the institutional left of Britain like has given in to such a massive degree on ideas like UBI, and we've had such a long time getting like absolutely microwaved by anti-benefit cheat propaganda. There are so many benefits cheats, and everyone needs to be super worried, and everyone needs to be reporting their own neighbors for being benefits cheats. They used to literally run these ads like... I'm only saying used to because I don't have a television. But they certainly, when I was younger, had them so frequently. And it's just there to like terrify people who are on benefits into trying to get off benefits as fast as possible, because what if someone calls them a benefits cheat? Or to try and get people who basically need to be on disability or housing or unemployment benefit to not apply for it, because like what if they don't deserve it, right? It sucks. Hey Joe, welcome to the stream. Lovely to have you here, and we are done with comments because I only wanted to do that one single comment. So I'm going to do a bit of Sporkle. I don't want chat to shout out unless I officially announce that I'm stuck. I want to get through as many of them as I can on my own, and I'm certain I will hit a point where I just know that I'm not going to get any more. We're going to do a few different geographical ones in a row. I want to do Africa, all the countries in Africa. I want to do Asian countries, and I want to do US states, although US states is very, very easy because like everyone's forced to hear about US states all the time, and some people in chat live in them, so anyway, this is a bit of Sporkle. Hang on a second, how do I want to do this? Maybe I'll open them in different tabs. That's states. That's Africa. That's Asia. Okay. Okay, chat. Okay, chat. Here we go. Here we go. This is a thing I just think it's important, since we do so much discussion of world politics on the stream and on Red Planet, and sometimes in my work, like that, like we all try and build up a bit of a more robust basic understanding of places in the world. And I know that like literally their names is like the most basic thing you could go for, but we're about to do countries of Asia, and for example, like we've discussed on Red Planet a whole bunch of times the revolution in Indonesia. We talk about fucking China all the time. We're going to be talking about Iran today, and so like I think having just like a more grounded understanding of these as physical places that are, you know, what's next to where, and then like storing the information as to like what we've been discussing around it has some value. I'm not trying to make Sporkle out as the most important revolutionary thing in the world here. I'm just saying I do think it's worth something. Okay. Are we ready? Chat? You thinking of countries within this map? Already, because Asia is like an exonym, like it's just already a strange collection, right? But like, okay. We're gonna go top to bottom to begin with. Obvious one, Russia. And the two big countries between Russia and China are Kazakhstan and Mongolia. Now we can do China. Okay. Oh, there are so many stands. I know they're all there, but I went for surgery in Armenia. That's over there on the left, a little one. It's just underneath Georgia, and it's got a really fucking weird territorial dispute with Azerbaijan that's resulted in a lot of Armenian ethnic cleansing. It sucks. They, of course, are next to Iran, which is next to Turkey. Okay, let's do some stands. I hope we're ready. It's time for some stands. Afghanistan. Oh, that's typing in weird. Turkmenistan. Uzbekistan. Tajikistan. Oh my goodness. Oh, you can't see me typing these in. Okay, that's fine. Kyrgyzstan. God, that's a difficult one to spell. Okay, the area generally getting called the Middle East most directly. We've got Israel and Palestine. Sadly, Sporkle does recognize Israel. That's the main that's the main flaw with Sporkle. Syria, and we've got Lebanon, currently being bombed by Israel. Sucks shit. Jordan. Oh my goodness. I've blanked on an enormous one. Iraq, obviously. Obviously it's Iraq. Okay, now we've got Saudi Arabia, which always makes me laugh because my brother's name is Martin, and he always jokes about Saudi Arabia, saying Saudi Arabia is an insane name. It's like if I took over the country tomorrow and I called it Marty's Britain. Okay. Yemen and Oman are next to the UAE, and Qatar, and Kuwait is up there a bit, but Bahrain is right there. Cool. Now we've done everything that's... Is that everything that's involved in the news today? No, Pakistan is involved in the news with Iran at the moment. India, of course, is next to Pakistan. We've got Nepal between India and China. Oh, it's going to get into a lot of little states now. Okay, I know about... We can do some ones that are very present in Western politics and discussions. Japan, North Korea, and South Korea, of course. Indonesia, I just mentioned earlier. That's going to be a big one. We've got Myanmar. Bangladesh. It's these... I don't know if you can see my mouse. Can you see my mouse? Yes. Okay, it's the little islands here. I already know this is going to be some... Hang on a second. It's the Maldives. It's the Maldives! Woo! Off the coast of India, it's Sri Lanka, another country that had a revolution in the last few years. Oh my goodness, Laos and Vietnam, of course, and Cambodia, of course, a trio of countries affected by Henry Kissinger very horrifically. Thailand, Myanmar, Nepal, Bangladesh. Oh no, there's a small territory there. And I really think I should know that one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're going to get Malaysia. We're going to get Singapore. Easy peasy. We're going to get Timor-Leste. And there are 4 left. Oh, crikey. Do I announce defeat now? Chat, do you believe in me? Chat. Chat, can the power of friendship see me through this one, chat? Chat, help. Don't tell me. Just tell me if you believe in me. That's the only important thing. And then I can announce my failure after that anyway. I know Taiwan, because that's very present in a bunch of stupid discourse because of TSMC, and China and microchips. Okay. We've got 3 to go. 3 Asian countries. This is so embarrassing. Oh my god. Is Bhutan? I got Bhutan. I got the little area between China and India. Oh my goodness. Okay, we got Bhutan. Woke Bhutan. My goodness. Okay, oh, these islands here. This is gonna bug me so badly because when I find out what it is, it's gonna be really obvious to me. Oh, once I know. Maldives is one of 2 plural names in this set. There are 2 names of countries in this set that are a collective noun. One is Maldives, and the other one is the Philippines. Oh my goodness, okay. Chat. There we go. But I can't remember the last one. Does anyone know what the last one is? I'm not going to get the last one. I'm really sure, because, like, no, it's just not going to come to me. I can feel that already. Where even is the last one? I'll show you. There's a tiny unshaded one just down here within Indonesia. Wendy insisting I am gonna get it. Okay, alright, okay. What would it be? What would it be? What would it be? What would it be? We already had Bhutan. We already had Kuwait. Wendy, is it Aotearoa? What? What? You need to be doing some more sporkle. I hate to be mean. Okay. Do I give up? If anyone in chat knows this, you can tell me. You're completely allowed. Okay, we're gonna give up. It was Brunei. Oh, I had the sense that it was something with a B. Okay. Okay, there we go. There we go. Next we're gonna do countries in Africa. I am gonna be worse at this one. This is entirely because of being a honky and a cracker. This is because of racism. I can only yearn for 1,000 years gulag because of this. Okay, who's ready for countries in Africa? Let's do it. Chat, get your Africa-knowing brains turned on. Get them fired up. Let's do it. I'm not gonna have a nice directional layout of this like I do for Asia or for America. Not at all. This is gonna be a mess. This is gonna be all over the place. I'm gonna have some based on the starting letter. I know the M's. I can do the M's pretty well. Okay. So we're gonna go with a bit of a rhythm, just like stuff that comes off the top of my head like this. We've got Mali, Malawi, Morocco. Oh, wrong way. Mali, Malawi, Morocco, Madagascar, Mauritius, Mauritania. I've spelled it wrong. Oh no. Okay. Mali, Malawi, Morocco, Madagascar, Mauritius, Mauritania, Mozambique, and that's how you remember about Zambia, which rhymes with Gambia, which is sort of half rhymes with Namibia, and then there's another Z, of course, with Zimbabwe, and Zimbabwe is next to Botswana, and oh Christ. Okay, let's just do some obvious ones. Egypt and Chad and Sudan and Tunisia and Ethiopia, Eritrea, Somalia, and let's do some West African countries. Cote d'Ivoire and Burkina Faso and Benin, Togo, Cameroon. That's not really West African. Oh, there's 3 in the middle that go as a set because there's the DRC, which is the Democratic Republic of the Congo. There's the Republic of Congo, and then there's the CAR, which is the Central African Republic, and they're all right in the middle, and they all have those little acronym names. Okay. Burundi, Rwanda. I'm kind of playing myself here. Uganda, because of not being systematic about this at all. Back to West Africa, Burkina Faso. I already did. Sierra Leone. Ooh, there's a bunch of Guinea names because that just means black in Italian or whatever, and they just named a bunch of countries black. Speaking of which, they also, of course, named Niger and Nigeria. But there's Guinea, and there's Equatorial Guinea, and there's Guinea. Oh, I can't spell for shit. Guinea-Bissau. Oh my goodness. The woke names have done it again. Okay, Kenya. Eswatini? Did I put Eswatini in already? Oh, I should probably put South Africa in since it's like the biggest. It's a massive country, and Eswatini is like entirely within it. Okay, Angola, Algeria. Oh my goodness, what's to the west of Egypt? What have I done? Why am I blanking? It's such a big country as well. That's embarrassing. Oh, I feel very embarrassed. I do remember the islands as a set. So we've got the Seychelles, We've got Comoros, and we've got Cabo Verde. Cool. Libya is to the west of Egypt, and Liberia is all the way to the west. Okay. Okay, I'm definitely losing steam. I'm definitely losing a little bit of steam. But I'm not surrendering yet. Chat, don't tell me any if you know them yet. I'm still in the game. Okay. What's in West Africa? I'm gonna try running through the alphabet. That's what I'm gonna try. And if I can't get any out of going through the alphabet, then I'm gonna surrender. Okay, so starting with A, we've got Angola, Algeria. I think that's it. I think those are the only ones with A. Okay. B, you've got Botswana, Burundi, Benin, Guinea-Bissau. There are other countries in the world with a B, but not in Africa, are there? Okay, C, you've got Chad, Cameroon, Comoros, Congo twice, Cote d'Ivoire, or Ivory Coast. Oh, this sucks. And there's a fly on my screen. Ah! And there's Harry Potter on my screen. Ah! Okay. Are there any D's at all? There is a D. It's Djibouti. It's Djibouti. It's Djibouti. Whee! I got it. Okay. We've got 7 to go now. Djibouti is 1 D. Another D. Is there another D? Okay. E, you got Eritrea, Ethiopia, Eswatini. I don't think so. F. Are there no F's in Africa? There's Burkina Faso, I guess. No, I think not. Okay, G, Gambia, Gabon. Gabon. Gabon! Okay. Gambia, Gabon. I know what the other one is inside of South Africa. It's Lesotho. Yes. Okay. Okay. 5 more countries. Oh, this sucks. And there's another one that's a little tiny island one, and I've completely forgotten about it. And I said I had all of those, but I don't have all of those, apparently. That's so irritating. Okay, chat, you can tell me any that you know. It's okay. Go for it. Just go for it. Just go for it. Did I have Namibia already? I have Nigeria, and Namibia. Are there any O's? Not that I can think of. We've got Ethiopia already. It's on there. It's right there. Right there. S. Sierra Leone. Eswatini. Somalia, South Africa. Sudan. South Sudan! Oh my god. South Sudan. Got it. We can't have skipped Ghana. Oh my god, I forgot Ghana. That's so embarrassing. Fuck! Okay. This is what I mean. This is why I deserve 1,000 years gulag. Okay. There's 3 left. There are 3 of them. I already got Togo? I already got Togo. Okay. This big one here, it's such a big country for me to be forgetting. Oman is... We did Oman on the last quiz, babe. Oman was next to Yemen. It's in Asia. Chad is there. Oh, I'm so close. So close. So close. This is so frustrating. It's going to be so punishing when I find out what it is that I've missed. We've got Ivory Coast already. Senegal. It is Senegal over there, isn't it? It's Senegal. Oh my god. Thank you, Kaitof. I really appreciate that. Two left. One is this little island one within the kind of crook of the continent there, the little island one there, and then the other one is this massive one that I've forgotten. I'm very embarrassed about. Sao Tome Principe. Oh my god, you're so right. You're so right. It's Sao Tome and Principe, and there's a third one. Hang on a second. There are three missing. No, there's only one. Okay, it's the one big one. It's Tanzania. Holy shit. Kite off again with the Tanzania. There we go. Thank you so much. Came in and saved the day at the last minute. Okay. Oh. Okay, got the fly now. Right. We've done countries in Asia. We've done countries in Africa. I stalled out at the last few. I know I can do US states. Piece of piss. Let's go do it. I'm just gonna fill them in. I'm gonna lock in. I'm gonna breeze through them, and then we're gonna get into these terrible, terrible liberal slop articles. Again, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. I've just realized the dono thing is not on the live screen. That's really weird that it wouldn't be. But change that around. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream by subscribing or cheering or donating directly using command tip. I'd like to hit £150 of the dono bar today, and if we do, I will add an extra stream on next month, which will be another gaming stream, like we're having tomorrow, playing some Resident Evil. So please donate because it helps me afford to live and enjoy my life, which I think is a virtue, actually. Okay. US states. How many ticks? Welcome to the chat. Lovely to have you here. It's my 5-month anniversary. Oh, that's really exciting. Oh, that means you upgraded. Oh no, you're still in the 3-month badge for now. But thank you for resubscribing. I really appreciate that. Oh, I'm out of coffee. Okay, I'll also refill my coffee before we go back to it. Before we get into the articles. All right, I have an order that I like to do the US states in if I possibly can, and it's in columns because they're more or less just in columns. You can just do up, down, left to right, and just fill them right in. The badge you have for subscribing, Herman Newtix, is Venera 14, the first spacecraft to land on Venus. That was the first human-made object to land on another planet entirely. It is, to my mind, the clearest victory in the space race you could possibly claim. I do get why the moon is a big deal to people. I love the moon landing. I do get it, but like the Soviets, they went to another planet, you know? Okay, a planet by the way, whose atmosphere is like sulfuric acid. So, okay, we're gonna do U.S. states. We're gonna do U.S. states. I don't expect to have to give up on this one. If I do, I'm sure everyone will have answers for me a lot faster than they did for African countries, because we're all getting 1,000 years gulag. If I do get all of them, have your donos ready. But you know, don't shame me for knowing America too much. Okay, here we go with top left, Washington. Below Washington is Oregon. Below Oregon is California. Next to California is Nevada. Above Nevada is one of the I's. It's Idaho. Up from there, that's not Colorado. That's the square down there. That's much more likely to be Montana. Oh, yes, it was. Okay, and below that is Wyoming. We can get back into it now. It's Utah. It's Colorado. It's New Mexico and Arizona. Oops, I broke order. There's another fly. This is so frustrating. We're now across in this column with Texas, above Texas, is Oklahoma. And Oklahoma looks like a big pan that is frying an enormous, ungodly hunk of butter. And the hunk of butter is Kansas. That's how I remember that. That's another state. That sure is one of the states there. It's right below South Dakota, which is below North Dakota, which is next to Minnesota. What the fuck is that state there? That's so frustrating. Is it another one of the I's? Is it Iowa? Nope, that's Iowa there. Oh, this is really distressing. Oh, I might have fucked it. Nope. I know what it is, because it's Nebraska. Speaking of which, actually, I was talking about the order of doing this all in, but Alaska and Hawaii aren't in the continental United States. Okay. Hermeneutic says, I absolutely couldn't do all the states. I think the only continent I can do all countries in is South America. I should add South America to this as well. Actually, I haven't done that one before. Oh, wait, no, I did. I did that, like, last year, but that's the only time I've done it. Okay, Iowa looks like the head of a chef who's frying chicken. That's a whole big thing we've got going on here. Iowa is above wait a second, no, hang on. Yes, it is Missouri. Okay, let's see. Iowa is the head. Minnesota is the hat. Missouri is the chef's whites. And the pants of the chef. Tennessee. Nope, that's the pan. Fuck. Oh, it's diagonally opposite. Kansas. It's Kansas. Easy peasy. The shoes of the chef. This one's really easy to remember because of the Louisiana Purchase. And the Louisiana Purchase is easy to remember because of the meme where it says Louisiana Purchase and Luigi from Mario's face is staring at you through the map. And that makes it easy to remember Louisiana. Have I mentioned autism spectrum disorder? Okay. Next to Louisiana is Alabama. Oh no, this is wrong. What have I done? I've missed one. It's Mississippi. It's P. Down from there we've got Florida. Up from Florida we've got Georgia. Up from Georgia we've got South Carolina. And naturally enough, north of South Carolina we've got North Carolina. Up from North Carolina, we would find ourselves in Virginia. And to the west of Virginia, and this is crazy to people, but it's West Virginia. And the even crazier thing is the song, the places named in the song are all in Western Virginia, not in West Virginia. Anyway, there's West Virginia. Now, I highlighted the chef before, who's holding the pan that is Tennessee and frying a chicken in the pan. That's because the fried chicken, of course, is Kentucky. Go figure. Up from there, we're going to have Illinois. We're going to have Wisconsin. That's the wrong order again. No, it isn't. We're okay. We've got Michigan again. There's another I. There are like 3 I's in a row. Indiana? Yes. Indiana, Iowa, Illinois. All next to each other. Okay, now we get into the area where it's all a massive clusterfuck because of the Europeans. I mean, it's, you know, a lot of it's generally all because of the Europeans, but like this bit particularly, we got all the news. You got New York, New Hampshire, and New Jersey. Bernie is from Vermont. Stephen King is from Maine. A lot of my lesbian friends are from Pennsylvania. We got Massachusetts. You've got Delaware. Uh-oh. I can see a missing state in the middle there. That's Ohio. That's easy peasy. Don't worry about that. Okay, Maryland. That's where all the politicians are. Connecticut. And then Rhode Island, last of all. Whee! Okay, I told you that won't be easy. Maryland mention. Fair enough. It's also, what, The Wire is the other thing for Maryland because of Baltimore? Rhode Island is the smallest of the 48? I didn't realize that. Although it makes sense, given the name. Since the island can only have one road on it, it must be pretty small. I just really like crabs. It's good. Okay, chat, now is your moment to cheer me. To cheer me with donos for knowing all 50 states. I do this one quite often when I'm bored as a bit of a comfort activity. And I've started doing the other ones partly to compensate against knowing America well. Because I have to think about America far too much for my job, like, all the time. And then I just know all of this stuff, and then I do it in this particular order, like, just as a stim. And then, like, I'm like, oh, fuck, I can't just be knowing American states. That sucks. I probably couldn't do European countries as well as this, actually. Countries of Europe. See, just looking at this map, I know immediately, like, just a ton less. I'm just like, what's going on down here? I don't know. I know Croatia and Bosnia-Herzegovina are these two, but I don't know which way around they are. I'm not even, having said that, I'm not even confident that Croatia is one of them. Zyros says, fun fact, New Jersey is a terrible place to live. That is a fun fact, thank you. Also, Russia is here in the Europe quiz, and it's also in the Asia quiz, so that's pretty powerful stuff. Croatia is the beach enjoyer. Okay. Presumably not a fun fact for the people of New Jersey. Yeah, that's pretty fair. I don't think I'm actually gonna... Turkey is also in both quizzes? Yeah, fair enough. I'm probably not gonna do this one. I've just done a lot of Sporkle. We're an hour into the stream and I haven't read a single Lipslop article, and I don't know if you can see my tabs. I've got so many queued up here. It doesn't seem like a good idea to go into the Europe one. Or is it? Ugh. All right, let's get into some articles. Let's read a bit of liberal slop. We can always go back for Sporkle palette cleansers if you're enjoying it, chat. You can specially request going. Sorry, I'm just seeing this emote combo from Middle-earth Marxists. It's very funny. Prince Infidel, thank you so much for the £13, 12 pence. What's she doing? Spells Massachusetts correctly. She's starting to believe. If I know enough, I will be able to bring down the great Satan America just with theoretical knowledge. I'm sure this is how it works. This is definitely how a real revolution functions. Hermeneutic says, I rarely catch these streams because Fridays are busy, so I'm happy whenever I get to be a filthy chatter instead of watching the VOD. It is nice to get down in the muck with everyone and donate. Sorry. It is nice to have people here live and, like, hang out. It's a really cool time. And everyone, reminder, I'll say again, now that everyone's here, or now that more people are here, I will be streaming tomorrow as well. Ooh. I'm going to be playing some Resident Evil Requiem and discussing my thoughts on the franchise, which I think people will probably enjoy, since people seemed to quite enjoy my Resimania series, and I'm quite enjoying Resident Evil Requiem. So I think that'll be quite fun, and that gels nicely into the serious reminder to send in tips with command !TIP. Because if we hit £150 on this stream, we will unlock a bonus stream, a gaming stream, like the one, pardon me, sorry, I'm so burpy now. Like the one I am doing tomorrow. That was unlocked because chat hit the dono goal, so remember to donate that will help us to get there. We're at 30-ish pounds now. There's 120 pounds to go. There's about 40 people watching. If everybody right now donated £3 each, we would hit the donor goal very quickly, and then we'd have even more Resident Evil time. Prince Infidel says, no, I'm busy tomorrow. How could you do this to me specifically? Which leads me to another announcement very, very well. It will all be in a VOD playlist. I will make sure that it's on the VOD channel and people can catch up and hang out and watch me playing if they are a particular Resi fan and want to see that, as well as the Liberal Slop VODs. And again, hello to the VOD viewers. Hi. I really, really appreciate you and all your lovely comments. And I have said this before. I'll say it again. I know a lot of people watch my VODs. I know they have them on the background. They like to hang out and have them there. I see the stats of how they do. People leave lovely comments talking about the activities that they're getting up to. If you actually can't donate or whatever, leave a comment and just say hi and tell me what you like to like, what's your routine, because it genuinely it's a nice thing for me to hear about. I like hearing about it. But if you can donate, consider that all the chatters usually prop up the stream income, but VOD people are also consuming this content. And if you regularly tune into my VODs, tune into these VODs and have them on as background noise or whatever, work went into making them, and you should consider paying me. I know a lot of people have started going through to my Patreon. Patreon's a very viable option if you want to do that. But you can also tip me directly through the same links down below the VOD. Thank you very much to Hermeneutics for tipping £3. That's the spirit. If everybody did that, we'd get there real quick. Okay, VOD. Hey VOD. VOD says, hi VOD people. Perhaps one of the VOD people will be me. Wowee. Lesbian Charmander 004 says, I wish my name in chat didn't have to be green in the VOD, but I guess that's my punishment for being a filthy chatter. That is true, and also, is it? I don't know. Is that true? Can I change that if you'd like that changed? Is that possible? No, I don't see any kind of option in my mod panel for changing that. I'm very, very sorry. Oh, no, Hermeneutic says you can change your Vodrella. Okay. Right, listen, we're going to get into some articles. Chat, let me know. Wendy Vodgirl, thank you so much for tipping £5. And Zyros as well, thank you for the £3. And Hermeneutics, thank you for the £3. Cool. It's yay, we're working together. This is exactly the thing it's all about, right? Giving me money. That's how communism works. Can I just say a pet peeve briefly? Like, people, I've seen people just absolutely degrading and humiliating the term mutual aid recently. Just like the way that people have come to use mutual aid to just mean like any financial transaction between leftists is just like, it's not actually winding me up. This is why I say it's a pet peeve. It's not that big of a bother, but like, it is bizarre. Thank you all so much for your mutual aid. Sorry, stupid. Okay, before we get into the liberal slop, I'm going to have a quick look at a Guardian article that is not slop. It's just an interesting thing I saw. Like, I just think this is an interesting thing about what's happening in the context around the Iran war. Yeah. Chat, actually, this is a good exercise. Since you've been so active cheering me on through the sporkling, another thing you can give is your brief understandings of what's going on around Iran, stuff you've seen, stuff you're maybe takes that you think about or whatever. Hit me with them in the chat, because it is useful with quite a complicated geopolitical situation to know where people are at with it. And I know also just as fair warning, when I am saying complicated, I'm not in the same way as people will be reading today say complicated, where they're like, it's a complicated region, there's too much to understand, you can't have simple narratives or whatever. What they mean is, I have a very complicated uh, reason for why it's good for America to wage forever war halfway around the world, and send their children to fight and die in the desert. And the complicated reason is that there's a complicated number of figures coming into my bank account from having takes. Lesbian Charmander 04 says, I saw someone spreading a call-out post mutual aid. That makes me feel actually fucking ill. That's so disgusting. Haley Stanley says, not in that I'm justifying my mental gymnastics sense of being complex. Yes, exactly. I mean that there are a whole bunch of different nations involved and a whole bunch of different nations who have different relationships to each other. And so this first piece is not an op-ed. It's just some reporting from The Guardian. But I think this is interesting in terms of that complexity of what's going on, because Dubai is charging people, like, criminally for having like shared images or footage of anything, of basically stuff getting hit in Dubai. And I've seen as well as this, like, bots on Twitter, people have been screenshotting, that are literally like repeating word for word the same thing, that's saying like, what was it? There haven't been any missiles or drones. This thing that was reported was just debris from something that got intercepted. Princess Backnight 666 says, it's genuinely hard to pick out specifically bad takes when, like, all the liberal news media is just like taking Trump's posts on Truth Social at face value as a source. It is pretty fucking dire. Like, this is the bit I'm getting at today, is that, like, the takes economy is beyond bankrupt, because, like, everyone has gone completely insane. A whole bunch of people who would be generically anti-war, and who are even, like, anti-Trump, generally speaking, are writing articles that are just take as the basic assumption that it's good for America to be bombing Iran. Prince Infidel says, I have an Iranian friend, and she doesn't even want to talk about current events. She just gets a haunted look when people bring it up. Yes, I've seen... This is another thing as well. Like, I think people are discoursing so much, and every single time, usually through organizing spaces, that I encounter someone Iranian, or someone who knows someone Iranian, like, they're just having a terrible time because, like, there's an actual human tragedy going on here, and everyone's just discoursing. It's horrible. And now I'm going to be discoursing about the discourse. So again, it's 1,000 years gulag for me. Send me tips in order to help me survive the 1,000 years gulag. Okay, so a British man is among 20 people who have been charged in the UAE under cybercrime laws in connection with filming and posting material related to Iranian attacks. Oh my goodness. Iranian attacks on the country. The 60-year-old man, understood to be a tourist who was visiting Dubai, was charged under a law that prohibits sharing material that could disturb public security. So very clearly, like, an authoritarian overreach, as is the nature of the UAE. That, like, you know, that's, if you don't know anything about the UAE at all. But, like, here it's clearly being used in the sense of, like, public image. Just like they don't want people to think that Dubai is not a safe tourist destination for people to come and have fun and exploit all of the modern day slave labor and ride around in a gold-plated golf cart and whatever else the fuck people do in Dubai. And so they want to, like, hide the fact that it's a crazy strategy as well, just on the face of it. Like, Iran, everyone knows Iran is bombing them. Everyone knows Iran is bombing a whole ton of its neighbors. And like, if you do acknowledge Iran is bombing all the other countries, but you pretend it's not bombing yours, but offer like no explanation of why that would be the case. That's just so like bizarre. Okay. The case was highlighted by Detained in Dubai, an organization that provides legal assistance to individuals in the UAE. While restrictions on filming attacks during conflicts are not unusual globally, the case has attracted attention because of the UAE's reputation as a magnet for influencers whose livelihoods depend on constant filming and posting. It's me. My livelihood depends on constant filming and posting. I'm in hell. Despite the law, footage from recent Iranian attacks has been widely spread on social media. Radha Sterling, the head of Detained in Dubai, said the unnamed man, who is from London, has been charged along with 20 other people after police found a video of an Iranian missile strike in Dubai on his phone, despite the fact he had apparently deleted the video from his phone immediately when challenged. Is he just an old guy and he didn't delete it properly? That sucks. He got bamboozled by Android. Like, come on. According to the official case summary, those accused are alleged to have used an information network or information technology tool to broadcast, publish, republish, or circulate false news, rumors, or provocative propaganda that may incite public opinion or disturb public security. The charges sound extremely vague but serious on paper. In reality, the alleged conduct could be something as simple as sharing or commenting on a video that's already circulating online, said Sterling in a statement. Under UAE cybercrime laws, the person who originally posts content can be charged, but so can anyone who reshapes? That's probably meant to say reshares. Reposts or comments it. Reshapes. Very strange. One video can quickly lead to dozens of people facing criminal charges. Penalties in such cases can include 2 years in prison, fines ranging from £4,000 to, what would that be, £40,000? Or both, and foreign nationals will also face deportation. Sterling warned that the risk is compounded because multiple counts can be applied, meaning a person who reposts several clips or articles could theoretically face cumulative charges and multiple sentences, even where the actions were entirely innocent. There are countless images, videos, and news reports circulating online about the conflict. People understandably assume that if something is already widely shared or published by media outlets, it must be acceptable to comment on or repost it. In the UAE, that assumption can be extremely dangerous, he said. Middle-earth Marxist says, I guess it covers TikTok stitches? Oh, like changes the content, like adding to it, but like, okay, that makes sense. I love the typo is from a quote. Like, you could have just copied and pasted the relevant section, but they don't care enough even to do that. Well, I'm not sure. It's maybe it is meant to say reshapes. I like this TikTok theory. Okay. Where were we? She said, can be extremely dangerous. Yep. Journalists have travelled to Dubai specifically to film missile interceptions, sending footage to editors abroad who then publish it from outside the country. But once that material appears online, residents and visitors inside the UAE who share or comment on it could suddenly find themselves accused of spreading rumours or damaging public security. That's even crazier then. It's not... So is it not about, like, the public image outside the country, but it's about, like... It's only about what people inside the country who would be the people who are experiencing the bombing anyway. This is such a bizarre way to police people. Like, you know, policing as a concept and all that, you know, abolition and everything. But also, like, this particularly is just, like, really, really weird. The case comes amid the imposition of tight new rules on journalists and members of the public, including visiting foreigners, during a time of high tensions in the Middle East. Restrictions in Iran are particularly severe, while Gulf monarchies, which have been targeted by unprecedented drone and missile attacks from Iran, have also imposed tighter controls. Israel has barred publication of content deemed as direct security threats, such as live broadcasts showing city skylines during missile attacks, images that identify locations of missile impact sites, or information on military plans and air defenses. Governments seem particularly concerned about images that disclose the location of missile and drone strikes, or that show projectiles being intercepted. AFP, one of the few international outlets with a Tehran bureau, said this week it has been unable to visit the scene of the strike on a school in the southern town of Minab, where Iranian authorities say more than 150 people, many of them children, were killed by a US Tomahawk missile. Lesbian Charmander 004 says, I thought reshaping was a word reserved for my secret motivation behind eating so many burger. It is good to eat burger. This is unfortunately the thing that I have to concede to all the Americans. The Yankees have me on this one. I do love burger. I actually do love burger and gun. It's only freedom that I hate. Walada says, you're not allowed to know your house got bombed. Yeah, it's pretty good. That will actually fit in quite well with an article we're going to read from David Frum next. David Frum would especially appreciate the joke you just made in an unbelievably bizarre and frustrating article. Yay! Anyway, so this was just some reporting from Dubai. I thought it was quite interesting. Just like a bunch of nations with various different particular politics. Some of them, like the UAE, just very like despotic, like oligarchic market capitalism with massive authoritarian overreach like this. Lorcan Nagel says, did you hear about the American woman in the pub in Northern Ireland? It's hilarious. I have no idea what you're talking about, friend. Please fill me in if it is hilarious. You think people claiming they've been attacked wouldn't be hiding evidence of it? Yeah, I mean, this is kind of, I think, what's partly useful in bringing up this reporting is just that, like, yes, the UAE wants to say they're being attacked, but they also want to say, like, none of the attacks are working at all. Like, if you see the kinds of claims that they make about the missile defense system that they have, they're not, like, they're really overhyping it. And they're really overstating how good their defenses are. And as I said before, like, they have the Twitter bots saying it. So, like, they're trying to claim that, like, they're being shot at, but very specifically not being shot, because then that gives them the perfect amount of, like, they are the victims, they should talk to, they should get preferential treatment in diplomatic talks, all of this stuff. And people should still holiday there because it's definitely totally safe, definitely 100% safe. Okay. We are going to go on to the David Frum one next. This is like, I mean, David Frum, I wouldn't list as one of the people who's, like, particularly lost his mind, because my understanding is that he just kind of already was just kind of a nightmare person. I think when we go into this article next, it's the laziness, if anything, that's, like, a bit striking about it. Like, this will be an example of, like, the quality of takes has gone through the floor since the Strait of Ideas was closed by Iran, and yet America and particularly the Atlantic are still paying through the nose for these takes. It's not a good situation. Lorcan says, she went on TikTok or Insta or whatever, sobbing about how she was made to feel unwelcome. She went to this bar in Northern Ireland. They twigged she was American. They asked who she voted for, and she declined to answer. Oh dear. What a situation. Oh my god. Then she told them she wanted to visit all parts of the UK and experience the culture and stuff in a Republican bar. I bet she's one of the Americans with some, like, ancestry in Ireland, and she calls herself Irish. They had a plaque to the hunger strikers on the wall. No. Yeah, I think she could have been made to feel a lot more unwelcome. I think she might have actually had a relatively comfortable and fortunate time. That's so funny. Thank you for telling me about that. That's really, really funny. Oh my god. Lesbian Charmander saying she definitely didn't know Republican means something else. Yeah, she's like, oh, a Republican bar? Great. I'm a Republican. Locan says, I bet she's Irish too and has no idea how much more progressive we are than they are. Yeah, it's insane. It's so insane. Yeah. I remember an Irish flatmate I had in second year of university who, she had someone on her course who was American and like dead ass just directly told her she felt that she was more Irish than an Irish woman. Like just completely unhinged behavior. Yankee, go home. Yankee, go home. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna grab this coffee, but literally just from over there, so I'm not properly going away. We're gonna get into some articles. We're gonna do a couple of them. Maybe we'll have a respite. We'll have a little sporkle time. We'll have a little palate cleanse after a couple of them, and then we'll get some more done. There's 6 in total we want to get through today, and we are an hour and 20 into the stream. So consider that I'm just a little kitty cat, and that's a lot of work. And I play this bit a little bit cute sometimes, but I do very sincerely mean I'm doing work right now and I'd like to get paid for it. So please do subscribe and cheer and donate directly using command tip. If everybody here, let's see what it shakes out to now, 45 viewers, 110, that would be like £2.50? Under £2.50. If everyone here donated under £2.50 each, we would hit the dono goal and we get some more Resident Evil streams locked in for next month. Okay, let's get some coffee. I'm saying the comment, most Americans hate being called Yankees. Yes, it's a slur. I'm trying to insult them. I'm saying Yankee, go home. I'm trying to make them feel not welcome here and to go away. There's a Waymo training in my neighborhood at the moment, and I see it and I just go, Yankee, go home. And it's like, I'm not even ignorant to the distinction that Yankee has a specific history within America and at best refers to like a few states of America. I'm not ignorant to any of that. Yankee, go home. Anyway, right. Let's get into this bizarre, terrible David Frum article. And if you enjoy the stream, please consider paying for the stream, and that counts for you too, VOD viewers. Remember, the price of takes is going up, and I'm doing my takes about these takes, so that's gotta be a refined level of take. Okay, here we go. Dark humor and the Iranian resistance, but I know since then they have changed this title, and I believe they've changed it to This Joke Explains What's Going On in Iran. So I hope you're all ready for I hope you're all ready for the joke, a single joke that will explain everything happening in Iran right now. You all ready for that? Do you all feel nice and ready for that to happen? I hope so. Okay, here we go. Oh, I'm so burpy tonight. This sucks. Okay, sometimes the most reliable weapon is a grim joke, by David from. I'm obviously Sophie from Mars. If you look at my Twitch URL, so like I have to point out here, there's no relation. Like it's a it's a double-barreled surname on my part. I don't think he's maybe a distant cousin. Okay. So here we've got a portrait of the Ayatollah and a security camera. Because that's what it's like, there's protests and there's a security camera. That's a really scary country you live in there, isn't it? All right. We're just going to just jump right in with the joke. The agent asks an Iranian, "Are you willing to work for Israel and the United States to overthrow the Khomeini theocratic regime?" The Iranian replies, "I am willing." The agent says, "That's awesome." Yeah, man. That's awesome. $100,000. The Iranian looks troubled, hesitates for a moment, grits his teeth and says, $100,000 it is, but I can't come up with that much all at once. Can I pay in installments? Whew. So that joke just explained everything that's going on in Iran. So anyone who put their takes in the chat already about what's going on in Iran, you can now rescind those takes because this joke actually explains it all. It's that Iranians want to work with the US and Israel so badly they would pay $100,000 just to do it. So there you go. Now you know everything about Iran and we can just end the stream right now, can't we? It's like I've taken the limitless drug. Yes. Okay, again, I'm going to say the laziness of this article. Like when I'm saying the price of takes is going up, David Frum has barely written an article here. There is more of it. Like it isn't just this joke, but there's just barely an article here. Okay. The agent asks an Iranian, "Are you willing to work for Israel and the United States to overthrow Khomeini theocratic regime?" The Iranian replies, "I am willing." The agent says, "Awesome, $100,000. $100,000 it is, but I can't come up with that all at once. Can I pay in installments?" Tish. Wow. That joke, which I happened to come across today, sheds light on what's happening in Iran. On Saturday, the first day of the present air war against Iran, the United States and Israel reportedly killed 48 regime leaders, including the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Today, an Israeli strike flattened the site in Qom, where the regime's most senior clerics gathered to elect a new Supreme Leader, though it's unclear just how many were in the building at the time. This targeting success surely owes much to advanced electronic surveillance and deep cyber penetration of Iran's weapon systems and infrastructure. But in this war, as in the 12-day war last year, Israel and the United States are obviously benefiting from intelligence from some Iranians themselves, who are willing to risk their lives to help bring down the Islamic Republic. The Iranian regime has oppressed, humiliated, and murdered its people. In anger and pain, those people make a joke out of their readiness to accept rescue from any source and to aid and welcome that rescuer in any way they can. Rescue does not always arrive as yearned for. Like, come on. Like, Trump bragging that the US has hit, like, thousands of targets. Like, come on. Come the fuck on, guy. Wendy here says, Iranians are so happy they're getting bombed and killed. Foreign interventions are popular. They really liked it the first time when France did it. Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. They can't get enough, actually. They really just love getting bombed. But one weapon that's always available to the oppressed is the subversive joke. Dark humor expresses an inner refusal to acquiesce in one's own oppression. When other forms of truth are suppressed, the joke must serve instead. Okay. So now we get into David Frum's joke collection. I should have had Pinko the Clown host this stream. Are we all ready? Boys and girls and everybody else? All the rest? The lot of ya? Are we all nice and ready for David Frum's personal joke book of the oppressed? This joke comes from fascist Italy. A mother heads to the market to buy food for her children. It's harvest season, yet there is nothing to buy. She cannot restrain herself from speaking aloud. He has ruined everything. He has destroyed this country. She feels a tap on her shoulder. She wheels around to see a policeman. He asks in a menacing voice, "Of whom are you speaking, signora?" Thinking quickly, the mother replies, "Of my husband. I was speaking of my husband." The policeman snaps to respectful attention. "I beg your pardon, Signora Mussolini." Scratchbox says this is like the most Black Mirror version of a Zizek essay. Do you think David Frum read some Zizek, or he saw Pervert's Guide and he's just like, oh, what you do if you're a serious political writer is you discuss like jokes that people tell under authoritarian regimes. That's what you do. You talk about jokes. You just be a little silly guy, right? Like, I actually, by the way, I have a friend has lent me Zizek on Mao, and I'm very excited to be reading that. Little essay collection, because I was expressing to him that I want to read more on Mao, and he knows I like Zizek, so kind of perfect confluence there. Yeah, it's like a Black Mirror version of a Zizek essay. This article, I'm probably going to have very little to say about what this article is like for and what it's doing, because it's like he knows that everyone's going to have Iran takes, and everyone's going to be pulling in the same direction and broadly towing the party line that, like, it's a good thing to be bombing Iran. And so he's just like, I'm just going to be a quirked up little white boy, you know? I'm just going to whip out some silly hoo-ha jokes. I'm just going to talk about sillies, you know? Just silly funnies. Ada says no, but I am ready to watch the Red Planet episode about clowns. I feel like I'm missing a connection here. What was this responding to? Sorry. Okay, so that's our joke from fascist Italy. A good joke could exact a heavy price from those who told it. That sentence there. That's David Frum's original writing, and now we're going just straight back into more of this. This one's about the USSR. Ready, kids? A Soviet judge exits his courtroom, laughing enthusiastically. A fellow judge approaches him. "What's so funny?" "It's a joke, but I can't tell you," answers the laughing judge. "I just sentenced the man who told me it to 5 years in a labor battalion." Yeah. Yeah, sure, yeah. They made comedy illegal. You got it. You got it, David. Sure, yeah. Great. Cool. Laughter is one way to sustain hope until the day of liberation, or as a Nazi-era German joke puts it. This one I've actually heard before. Every day a shabbily dressed man pauses at the same newsstand to scan the... I might have heard this in a Zizek... Whatever. Sorry. I think Zizek might talk about this. Every day a shabbily dressed man pauses at the same newsstand to scan the front pages. He moves on without buying anything. At last the news seller confronts him. "I know times are tough, but you must be able to afford at least one single newspaper." "I don't need to buy the whole paper, I only care about the obituaries." "You do need to buy the paper. The obituaries are in the back page." "Not the one I'm looking for. That one will be right up front." Willow Treason says, "That's such a sad story. If only someone had blown up the two judges, so everything would be better somehow." Logan says, "How much did he get paid for this? I toil in the sci-fi mines for 6 cents, 6 cents American a word. Exactly. This is what I'm saying. You got to get into the takes business. This is this is considered a viable take in the takes market today. And this is piss. This is this is filth. I'm sorry. Like, can I just be like direct about this for a second? This is filth. Like, this is just ridiculous. Like, he has barely said anything. I should wait until we get to the end, but we're basically at the end. I'll read the last little bit anyway, but like, he's barely said anything. He's just listed off. He's just listed off jokes people have told under authoritarian regimes, and two of them are from the USSR. Christ almighty. All right. It appears that Iranian citizens are not merely telling grim jokes or waiting for the obituaries they hope to read, they're doing their part to speed those obituaries into reality. Until then, one more Soviet-era joke expresses the nightmare and tyrannical Islamic regime has made of Iranian lives. A man is walking down a Moscow street, weeping uncontrollably. A policeman stops him. "Why are you crying?" "I'm not allowed to say." The policeman grabs him. "Tell me or I'll arrest you." The man wipes his eyes and says, "Fine, I'm crying because it's the only thing they haven't banned yet." Bo. It's just, that's it. That's the article. Like, literally, that's the article. Like, sincerely, how much are they paying him? Like, he like, this might be phoned in a literal sense. Like, he might have just, like, dictated this to someone on the way to the golf course, or on the way round the golf course, or, like, from the fucking bath. Like, this is so sleepy mode. My guy has had a large, warm mug of hot chocolate and is tucked all the way in, and he is off to bye-bye land. Like, this is snoozy brain right here. This is the laziest fucking shit. Like, this, I think, serves as a good primer to the quality of takes we're going to see today in the liberal slop stream. Because, wow. Just wow, you know? Okay. Weirdo of Us says they bimbo-fied lib slop. Yes, it's always... The liberal slop stream has always been bimbo-fied. I'm shocked you're only noticing now. Lesbian Charmander 04 says, "Why do I put effort into writing?" Genuinely, as a political writer, that is what I was feeling. It's just like... This is like... If I set myself some kind of, like, personal deadline thing about, like, Substack, and I was like, I'm going to do a Substack every week just so there's more content coming out so more people will share my stuff. Like, this is the kind of shit... This is the kind of shit I would put out. Like, this is just so lit. Like, here's a collection of things that kind of fit a theme that I'm aware of. And here are the most obvious comments you could make within the assumed ideological position that we're all sharing about this. Like, nothing challenging anyone, no information that's, like, meaningfully educating people more on stuff, no deeper interrogation, no attempt even to, like, more deeply defend and play defense against, like, moral positions, defend the ideological line. Nothing. Just nothing. Just, like, here's the thing I heard, and here's the thing I heard, and here's the thing I heard, and here's the thing I heard. The first one, I heard today. I just saw a tweet. You know, this is a Tumblr post. Like, this is... I said before it's like a Substack thing. To me, this is a Tumblr post. Oh, Christ. Wendy Pixel Curatrix says, "I know I should not be mad about being fed slop on the slop stream, but holy fucking hell, yes. This is... We are really in an age of slop, and I can't emphasize it enough, and I also can't emphasize that, like, while it is related to AI, in that the people who produce this slop and the people who are pushing AI down everyone's throats, they're a lot of them are the same people even. But it's not that this is AI slop. We've been using slop since before it was cool to call things slop here on the liberal slop stream, because Because this is the original, you know? The thin grey gruel. Thank you, Lesbian Charmander. Exactly. Exactly. Perfect Sophie quote to pull out of the back pocket. Okay. Is there an ad playing? Oh, fuck. Everyone subscribe to get ad-free viewing, or also donate subscriptions to other people, because then they can get ad-free viewing. And also, that's the thing I should point out to the VOD viewers, is that you hopefully get ad-free viewing, because my VOD channel isn't big enough to run ads on it. So I'm hoping you're not getting ads on it. But you're getting to watch the whole thing without chunks missing out, like the live viewers, so... Ahead of the slop curve. Ahead of the sleigh curve. Sorry, that was really stupid. Okay. Middle-earth Marxist, the AI slop has been almost exclusively trained on Fromm's prior sloppage. Fromm's prior sloppage? That's such a cursed set of words. I feel like an AI trained on Ezra Klein articles would produce David Frum articles. Personally. Okay. We're going into our second article. Our second article is by Yair Rosenberg, and it's about Israel, and it's called... Oh, crikey. It's called The Israel of October 6th is Never Coming Back. Now, this one is quite interesting from the get-go, because you can see a lot of its purpose. It's very clear what a lot of its purpose is here. And that's revisionism, right? So this is about pretending that Israel was a peaceful nation in the Middle East that existed calmly with all its Arab neighbors, and it was the October 7th attack that transformed it into something that you might find distasteful. Of course, the reality is that for the past 100 years or so, there's been Zionist aggression in the region. For the past 75 years, there's been this progressive genocidal project stealing Palestinian land at gunpoint, killing so many Palestinians, and enclosing the ones who remain into a massive open-air prison where they are routinely shot by snipers, blown up, killed with drones, tortured, raped, imprisoned, kidnapped. It's a human rights crisis on just absurd levels for an age that claims to be past colonialism and claims to have put colonialism behind it. So here we are coming in with some Zionist revisionism, and I think that doing this in the same moment that the US and Israel together are bombing Iran, right, doubling down on an idea that this is the Arabs' fault, right? Like, this is a crucial idea that's going on here. Before we get into it, is like, this is the Arabs' fault for fighting at all. Like, this is Hamas's fault, this is the Arabs' fault, this is the Palestinians' fault for fighting back at all. Because if we look at the sequence of events, right, what's broadly recognized as the genocide started October 8th, 2003. But like the real history of Israel, like, existing at all, is genocidal. Like, it's coming in, it's stealing the land of people, evicting them out of their homes, killing them, like literally taking their homes away from them. There are Palestinians who still have the keys to their homes that were taken away from their grandparents or whatever. The entire project has been genocidal the entire time, and yes, it's like, it absolutely was a distinct and different thing going on that is more deserving of the moniker genocide from 2023 to 2025, but it is the nature of Israel. It is just the nature of Israel. And then Iran intervened in the 12-day war. Iran carried out strikes against Israel. And then the US struck Iran a whole bunch, blew up some of its nuclear reactors, claimed that they were there to make nuclear bombs, claimed also to have completely destroyed them. None of those things were true. Then the UN and the EU voted to enact snapback measures against Iran. This point here is like the utter dissolution of international, the thin and flimsy veil of international law and morality, voting to enact snapback measures against Iran for bombing Israel for doing a genocide, right? Like, if the UN and the EU recognized the genocide and Iran attacked Israel because it was doing a genocide and it wanted to stop the genocide, and then you enact economic sanctions to punish them for that, right? You have simply no claim to like really materially recognize that thing that's happening as a genocide if you are stepping in to punish parties who try to stop it, right? So the snapback measures cause massive inflation. There are big protests, a whole bunch of people are killed, and then the US-Israel war in Iran begins. So at the end of that series of events, we now have Yair Rosenberg coming in to say, just remember this is all the Arabs' fault. This is a hideously racist article. On the premise of it, the kind of revision it's trying to do, and it's quite disgusting that The Atlantic would publish this, but it's also quite disgusting that The Atlantic would publish like David Fromm's Slop, just in a different, insulting and disgusting in a somewhat different way. Okay, let's get into it. The Israel of October 6th is never coming back. The October 7th massacre transformed and radicalized Benjamin Netanyahu and the country he governs. There's a great Behind the Bastards series of episodes about the Netanyahu political project, about Bibi himself, about the family, about the legacy of far-right politics in Israel that he came into, all sorts of stuff. And if you would like the straight facts, I think to counter this, I recommend going and listening to them. My next Behind the Bastards stop is going to be listening to the Epstein Files episodes. I'm very excited about those. Just about the only thing that the administrations of Barack Obama and Donald Trump have agreed on is that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was too timid to pull the trigger. Ooh, wow. Just starting out really strong. Just really strong, you know? Just really powerful stuff. These people think you are stupid. They think you are stupid. To publish this kind of stuff, they have to think that we are just thick as pig shit. It's so disgusting. The thing about Bibi is, he's a chicken shit, a senior Obama official told The Atlantic's Jeffrey Goldberg in 2014, explaining that the Israeli leader was scared to launch wars. 9 years later, Trump would tell attendees at a campaign rally that Netanyahu had initially committed to America's 2020 strike on Qasem Soleimani, the notorious leader of the IRGC, but backed out at the last minute. "I'll never forget that Bibi Netanyahu let us down," Trump told his supporters at the gathering just days after the Hamas massacre in 2023. Hermeneutics says he's just a little guy. There you go. There you go. There you go. This is it exactly. For Yair Rosenberg, Bibi is just a little guy. He's a blowbo. He's just a little guy. It's not his fault that he has to behave like this. This is something that, like, it's worth understanding about the history of Israel as well. Is that, like, who was it? Golda Meir, the first female prime minister of Israel, said, "We can forgive them for killing our children. We cannot forgive them for making us kill theirs." Now, I hate to pull a David Frum here, But if there was just a quick snippet you could hear that would inform you all about Israel really quick, it would be their prime minister saying, "We can forgive them for killing our children. We can't forgive them for making us kill theirs." This is Israel. Like, that's Israel, you know? Okay. So you are related to David Frum. Only distantly. He's like a fifth cousin. The thing about BB is chicken shit, right, massacre in 2023. That was then. Such assessments of Netanyahu sound absurd today. See, this here is sneaky. This part is an actively sneaky thing to do, to go, now I know you're thinking it's ridiculous to say BB is a dove, BB is a pussy, BB loves peace, BB is the biggest supporter of peace in the whole world, he's far too timid. I know you're saying that, but that's really what people believed. Like, it's actively quite manipulative of the reader to like reach out to the doubt that they're having and just insist, no, that's not real. Like, the obvious thing you're thinking, no, I really mean it. I really, really mean the thing I'm saying. They sound absurd today as Israel wages war on Iran for the second time, having dismantled the regime's proxy armies, Hamas and Hezbollah. Dismantled the regime's proxy armies, Hamas and Hezbollah. So there's a few things going on here all at once. Having dismantled the regime's proxy armies, Hamas and Hezbollah, and assassinated its supreme leader. So it was probably the US who killed the Ayatollah. They've got a new supreme leader now. It's a new Ayatollah Khamenei, so well done, everyone. The date on this one? The date is March 2nd. Hamas still exists. Hezbollah is actively at war in southern Lebanon right now, shelling Israelis. And fucking Godspeed to them. And they haven't mentioned the third H. They've failed to acknowledge Triple H. Which is a shame, because soon it will be the Houthis with the steel chair. By God, that's Ansar Allah's music. There's so much in this short piece here. They said, dismantle the regime's proxy armies, Hamas and Hezbollah. They haven't acknowledged the Houthis, because Israel can't do shit about the Houthis. They can't do shit about them. They're lying that they've dismantled them. That's just not true. They're currently at war with Hezbollah. And calling them Iran's proxy armies, it's their favorite thing in Western media at the moment, calling these groups Iran's proxy armies because Iran supports them. But they're not, like, I don't imagine that Iran is supporting them for, like, purely moral reasons and just thinks of it as, like, the right thing to do. But they also don't exist as Iranian proxy armies. They are organic, existing, like, resistance forces against Western colonialism and imperialist violence, and Iran is supporting them. Like, and that is just a good thing that Iran is doing, straightforwardly. Okay. I'm gonna go back into the Zio propaganda mine. I'm gonna change away from if you're enjoying the stream at this point, because like this sucks. But like if this is difficult, remember that like this also sucks for me to get through, and so, you know, remember this is work I'm doing and I would like to get paid for it. So please do consider tipping, subscribing or cheering. If you... Lucky Bun, hello, welcome to the stream. It's lovely to have you. I miss the Iron Shake. Listen, chat. I have a Blue Sky tab open on my computer 24/7, and it says, it's the Houthis with the steel chair. And it's just ready to post. I have foreseen the reporting, and as soon as it happens, bam. To Distraction, thank you so much for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to the community. Willow Trees and Fenkirk, Scratchbox, Eza, Perdido de Mate. You all now have tier 1 subscriptions to Sophie from Mars. You can now use cool space emotes. You can also do things like, what do I have here? You can go kitty mode. Oh shit, it didn't click it. You can use cool Sophie from Mars tier 1 emotes now, all over Twitch whenever you want. And you have ad-free viewing, that's pretty cool. Once again, if people want to donate, we're trying to hit 150 today on the stream. We're an hour and 50 in, so I'm nearing halfway through now. There are 45 people watching. So like, if everyone gave just over £2 each, then we would hit the dono goal and unlock an extra gaming stream for next month. Pretty much right away. Just like literally £2. I'm sure everybody has £2. If everybody donated £2 right now, we would breeze past it. Okay. Holy shit! From the okay, Middle of Boxes says, "Holy shit!" And right from under the bottom of the ring, here comes Hamas again. This is what I mean. Like, I will take some amount of glee in watching the downfall of Israel, and it's just like them running out of interceptor missiles, and especially like as the USS Gerald Ford is passing through the Red Sea, and the Houthis just haven't taken part in the war so far, like haven't done anything, and maybe they've decided to sit this one out and just like hope that they can survive, and they're worried that Iran is going to fall. But maybe they're waiting for the funniest possible moment. Like, it could be. We'll see. Okay. Oh, I'm so burpy tonight. I hate it. Okay, we're getting back into it. Please remember to tip. We're trying to hit 150, remember. Oh my goodness. Anonymous has just gifted 5 tier 1 subs to Sophie from Mars community, Lesbian Charmander 004, Artist Synth Million Peaches, hello, welcome to the stream, Ninny161 and Louisa V are now tier 1 subscribers. Thank you so much, Anonymous, and congratulations to everyone being tier 1 subs now. We have a level 3 hype train going. Million Peaches just tipped £5 and said, wagging. What a cute doggy. Okay, it's all popping off. Thank you so much again to Anonymous and to Distraction for gifting all those subs to the channel. I'm just racking up so many subs. Vulpix, I really like that emote. I like the mode you're going there. Okay, we're back on it. This had way too much slop condensed in here. So this is the other problem we're encountering, right? Is that takes have become lower quality and far more expensive, but also toxicity is something we're experiencing. A lot of Zionist contamination in our takes ever since the Strait of Ideas was closed by Iran. And this is a perfect example where within the space of about 20 words, there's just like layer upon layer of absolutely insane Zionist revisionism. But in fact, Netanyahu's American critics accurately characterized his conduct until October 7th. For years, the Israeli leader spoke loudly and carried a small stick. What? What? Despite delivering numerous warnings about Iran's nuclear ambitions in Israel, the US Congress, and the United Nations, Netanyahu never backed up his bellicose rhetoric with on-the-ground action. Buddy, he was lying. The quotes you've given us so far, where people say, he's too much of a pussy, he's not going to do anything, that's in the context of him lying. He was lying about stuff, and they were saying, it's a bit weird that he's lying about this stuff, but He's kind of a pussy. Like, that's the... This is so ridiculous. Alright, okay. And also carried a small stick. Israel is a nuclear-armed nation. Sophie from Mars has tipped £3, apparently. So thank you, Sophie from Mars. I love you. Lucky Bun, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime and going Lucky Bun Orb mode. Yay! Okay. Carried a small stick called nuclear weapons. Lied about Iran wanting nuclear weapons, which is just not a thing that Khomeini was going after. This is, by the way, this is such a complete tangent. This is totally off the article, but this is like the highest nip slip risk dress possible, and I'm having a very anxious time in it. So please appreciate all the work I'm also putting into that. Okay, that is until 2024. The Netanyahu who is currently commanding a high-risk assault on Tehran is not the same Netanyahu who governed Israel for nearly 2 decades prior. Governed Israel for nearly 2 decades prior. Yeah, you know, that does sound like a guy who's probably really normal and good. Yeah. Before this seismic shift, Netanyahu's longevity as prime minister was built on a foundation of conflict avoidance, and your job is built on lies. That posture appealed to a risk-averse electorate. Under his premiership, Israeli voters who were comfortable with the status quo could rest easy knowing that their leader would be unlikely to upset it. The Israeli status quo is genocide of the Palestinians. And, like, it's just been doing that slowly and quietly and killing more of them and taking more of their land slowly and quietly in a managed way. And taking the Golan Heights and threatening other countries. But, like, this is so fucking insane. There is no hinge. There is no hinge, and I must scream. Despite his image, Netanyahu is not a warmonger. What a fascinating quote. So Anshel Pfeffer, one of the Prime Minister's left-wing critics and his biographer, wrote in 2018. Now, this is a fascinating quote. In 2018, okay, like, just follow along with this for a second. Like, just there's something fishy going on here, chat. Now, if you see what it is, you can say that's okay. But in 2018, this is so silly. In this article that is explaining how actually everyone thought of Bibi as a peaceful guy before October 7th, before the Arabs did the bad thing, okay? This article is explaining how everyone always used to think of Bibi as a good guy who loves peace and doesn't do war. And in this article, about how everyone always used to think of Bibi as a good guy who loves peace and doesn't do war, they've quoted his biographer from 2018, who said, despite his image, Netanyahu is not a warmonger. So what's happened here is his image in 2018 was the kind of image that would make someone write something that says, despite his image, he's not a warmonger. Now, what kind of image might someone have that would necessitate someone to say, despite his image, Whee! Zyros, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Weirdo of Oz. Whew. What kind of image do you think, chat? Chat, what kind of image would make someone say, despite his image, he's actually not a warmonger? Because I personally feel like it's probably the kind of image where people would think he's a warmonger. Just personally. He is the most risk-averse of Israeli leaders, averse to making war or peace. What? Yeah, man, absolutely. Wait, what the fuck? What are you talking about? What? He's averse to making war or peace. We're just saying gibberish at this point. It's like, again, chat, the quality of takes is gone way down. The price of takes through the roof. It's over $10,000 a take for the first time since 1973. The takes economy is fucking cooked. Everyone's shoelaces are tied. Iran has stolen everyone's lunch money. My son is crying. Oh my goodness. The Strait of Ideas has been closed. And it will not be reopened. And it's causing global ideanomic repercussions. At the time, Fefa correctly predicted that Israel would not go to war with Iran. What? They are at war with Iran. What are you talking about? What? I'm losing it. I'm losing it, chat. Chat, I'm gonna have to tap out. Like, I'm... Is this April Fool's? Is this an April Fool's article from Upside Down Land on opposite day? He correctly... I'm fucking losing it. I'm fucking losing it. This is too much. At the time, he correctly predicted they are at war with Iran now. They're at war with Iran right now. As you write this. Yeah? What? What? I'm sorry, this has really done me in. They correctly predicted. They correctly predicted that it would not be a war with Iran. Oh my god.
Lying. Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop fucking lying.
Oh Christ. Okay. Lesbian Charmander says, I guess they didn't go to war because the country didn't sprout legs and move. This is like Keir Starmer's statement this week, where he said, we haven't joined the war, we are in a war, and we are at war, but we haven't joined the war. Just like, what? What are you talking about? What does that mean? Oh, crikey. Scratchbug says, paid. Well paid to write this, by the way. Yes, I think it's worth everyone remembering, actually, and this is a really serious point. Yair Rosenberg, David Frum, and everyone else who will read from today are paid extremely fucking well to be wrong about the entire world. So if you'd like to pay someone to be correct about everything, which I am, my halo is just off screen here because of my completely pure wokeness. Please subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. I'm overall, I appreciate absolutely everyone who donates, who like supports me on Patreon, everything. But overall, I do not earn a lot of money, and I am just a little kitty cat trying to get by in this world. So please do tip, if nothing else than to redress the balance that the worst takes in the ideonomy are given so much money. Okay, let's go back to it. Despite his image, not a warmonger, correctly predicted, Israel would not go to war with Iran. Oh, wow. That was a good laugh. That did me good. That was good stuff. Netanyahu was cautious by temperament and also by experience. His older brother, Yoni, was killed in a hostage rescue raid in 1976. As the leader of the parliamentary opposition, Netanyahu saw a ruinous war in Lebanon destroy the standing of Ehud Olmert, his centre-left predecessor, as prime minister. A smooth-talking master of image... A smooth-talking master of image management, Netanyahu understood that wars are hard to predict and impossible to script. Rather than tackle Tehran head-on, he moved the fight into the shadows, championing global sanctions in public while quietly unleashing a covert campaign to sabotage Iran's nuclear program from within. At this point, Zionists are publishing anti-Semitic stereotypes about their own blobos. What? Oh, Christ. Is that CIA femboy saying Bibi doesn't have to go to war on my pussy? I take it to him. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. CIA catboy, CIA femboy would say, like, Bibi is daddy. Like, definitely. Like, definitely. This preference for containment over open conflict was applied not just to Iran, but also to another territory next door. For years, Netanyahu resisted agitation within his own right-wing government to invade Gaza and topple its terrorist rulers. Guys, I'm starting to think that Yair Rosenberg might have a bit of a bias. Like, it's just a strange feeling I'm having looking at this, but like, I just have a bit of a feeling that Yair Rosenberg might have a bit of a, like, biased opinion in writing some of this stuff. It's just the craziest thing. In his 2022 memoir, Netanyahu wrote proudly about rejecting these calls to arms. Ending these kinds of operations is much harder than starting them, he noted. The public invariably expects the government to continue the battle and flatten Gaza. Well, believing that with enough punishment the Hamas regime would collapse. Yet that would only happen if we sent in the army. The casualties would mount, many hundreds on the Israeli side and many thousands on the Palestinian side. Did I really want to tie down the IDF in Gaza for years when we had to deal with Iran and a possible Syrian front? The answer was categorically no. Instead, Netanyahu opted to degrade Hamas with limited air campaigns and then attempted to buy quiet by funneling the group millions of dollars from Qatar. Thank you, Famished Jet, for resubscribing for 6 months now. That's really cool. You now have a new badge. Looks like you have I think you have the Hubble Space Telescope. Might have to double check. Yes, you have the Hubble Space Telescope badge now. Congratulations. So this is quoting from BB's memoir, like, an even more... I was going to say before, quoting his biographer, which was this bit up here, was just about the most obvious propaganda you could possibly quote from. And then they're just quoting BB's own words as proof that he actually loves peace. The Hamas massacre of October 7th, whose atrocities were broadcast online by its perpetrators and seared into the Israeli consciousness. Buddy, the Israeli government seared it into the Israeli consciousness by making a fake film full of other atrocities from other shit and CGI and shit that they show to people to try to get them on board with the genocide in Gaza. Like, the people doing the searing in there, the people doing the traumatizing, was the Zionists. Sophie, I think you're forgetting that his biographer was a left-wing critic. Yes, no, I completely agree that compared to quoting BB directly about BB, quoting his biographer is actually pretty good. Next, from Yair Rosenberg, Epstein, a really cool guy, according to Jeffrey Epstein. With Israel's borderlands in ruins and hundreds of its citizens taken hostage... I might have to stop reading this. This is a bit much. Like, this is now going to get to a point of just being, like, absolutely revolting fascist propaganda that they published in The Atlantic this month. I'm sorry, but, like, it's been recognized as a genocide the world over, and The Atlantic, like, this month, with Israel taking part in an let's be real here, illegal war of aggression against Iran. Like, at the same time that it's also invading Lebanon, at the same time that it's also killing Palestinians, at the same time that Bibi and his government have started claiming that, like, the real Greater Israel is, like, basically the entire Middle East, like, most of the Arabian Peninsula. Like, the Atlantic is publishing this filth. Like, I'm sorry, the Atlantic needs to be held, like, responsible for being complicit in this shit. Like, this is a serious point I've always been trying to get at with liberal slop, is that these people need to be held responsible for their complicity in this shit, because, like, we think of them as having just, like, normal, inoffensive positions that are just by the by. This is evil. This is evil. Netanyahu has not sent Israeli ground troops into Gaza since 2014. That's funny. He did it before. Almost like the whole point of your article is gibberish and you're just lying to our faces. After October 7th, that hesitation was no longer viable. He initiated the very campaign in Gaza that he had warned against. The cataclysmic and often chaotic conflict cost more Israeli and Palestinian lives. Nobody fucking cares. Sorry, the Israeli part of that. I don't, like, I feel sad for people who were conscripted by their fascist government into dying, but, like, it's to then associate those people even with the nation that had them killed itself is offensive to those people. Like, you are brainwashing children and sending them to the front lines to kill more children, and sometimes your children die. Fucking Vodrella says, by the way, the Netherlands is now going to the ICC to argue why they think you can't call what Israel did a genocide. Dutch moment. Official Dutch moment. Extremely certified Dutch behavior. Jesus fucking Christ. Netanyahu at first instinctively resisted the pull toward wider hostilities. That's just not true. Fuck off. This is just such disgusting revisionism. When his defense minister and other security officials pushed right after October 7th for Israel to strike not just Hamas but also Hezbollah, Netanyahu demurred. The Lebanese militia was firing rockets into Israel at the time in solidarity with Hamas, but it was arguably the most fearsome non-state army in the entire world, and a shaken Netanyahu was not eager to take it on. But as in Gaza, the Iranian proxy eventually forced Netanyahu's hand. This is the most racist filth. Oh my fucking god. The Atlantic should be ashamed of this on every level, but this is just like... As in Gaza, the Iranian proxy eventually forced Netanyahu's hand. Every part of that sentence is like so horrifically fascist and racist and consent manufacturing for just infinite racist violence and murder and genocide. Oh my god. This is the stuff that you can get if you subscribe to The Atlantic. Wow! Isn't that cool, everyone? Wow. Oh, Christ. Hezbollah continued shelling Israel's north for more than 11 months. Good, they shouldn't be there. Destroying towns and forcing the evacuation of nearly 70,000 Israelis. It's like 700,000 Lebanese people have been displaced by Israel's invasion in the last 2 weeks. The devastation and displacement placed tremendous strain on Israel's internal cohesion and applied more... Good. I hope it collapses. I hope the state of Israel dies. Death to Israel. Fucking hell. And applied more and more pressure to its leader. Finally, in September 2024, after months of tit-for-tat attacks... That at least was pleasing to say. Netanyahu launched a full-fledged campaign against Hezbollah, complete with exploding beepers and bunker-busting bombs. Yeah, I remember the exploding beepers. I remember how deeply fucking evil that was and how many civilians that just like casually harmed. Okay. Everything went according to plan. Oh, sorry, and then something unexpected happened. Everything went according to plan. Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah, was assassinated along with nearly his entire chain of command. Hezbollah was decimated and soon compelled to sign a ceasefire agreement on Israel's terms. Stripped of his enforcers, Syria's pro-Iran dictator Bashar al-Assad soon fell as well. Stripped of his enforcers... I see. Assad soon fell as well. Total war turned into nearly total victory, and at the same time, another parallel engagement further emboldened Netanyahu. In response to Israel's bombing of a consular annex in Syria and the subsequent killing of Nasrallah, Iran launched waves of missiles and drones at Israel by the hundreds, the largest such assaults in history. But Israel not only readily repelled nearly all of the projectiles, it also responded by easily penetrating... This one's just another really casual lie. That's... Okay. It also responded by easily penetrating and disabling some of Iran's most sensitive air defenses. Just having an absolutely rabid Zionist write in your article, write in your magazine, this is so completely normalized in Western media, and just like the stuff he's saying here is like intensely fascist. Critics of Israel often rightly point out that Palestinian radicalization is less the result of inveterate ideology than of continuous Israeli occupation. Can't wait to hear the rebuttal to this one. Occupation, violence, and dispossession. But this logic runs both ways. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, Yair. No, it doesn't. No, of course it does not. Because the Israelis are the ones who are occupying Palestinian land. So it doesn't run both ways, does it? Does it, Yair? You fucking dickhead? You worm? What the fuck? Netanyahu and the Israeli people would never have countenanced such extreme military actions if they had not experienced the unspeakable horrors of October 7th. The world knows you lied a ton about the stuff that happened on October 7th. Like, they even took shit that Israeli soldiers have done to Palestinians and claimed them that they happened the other way around. Like putting a baby in an oven. Like, this is literally a thing the IOF did to Palestinians, and then they claimed that Hamas did it on October 7th. Like, this is so fucking evil, and, like, being given space in the Atlantic to publish an article is not the response to people like this that the world should be having. Fuck this. Netanyahu and the Israeli people would never have countenanced such extreme military action. October 7th, blah, 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 and the repeated unrelenting assaults of Hezbollah's rockets and Iran's missiles. This cycle has reached its zenith in Netanyahu's latest and greatest gamble. Casting off his cautiousness, he has bet his political future and his country's on Israel's ability to confront not only the Iranian regime, but also its Hezbollah and Houthi allies, all while managing a mercurial Trump who remains liable to declare a premature victory and exit the stage at any moment. Whether this gambit will succeed is unclear, and one should distrust anyone who suggests otherwise. But what is clear is that the Israel and Netanyahu of October 6, 2023 are never coming back. Jesus fucking Christ, that one was a bit of a read. Good lord. Good lord. This is what I mean. This is what I mean that, like, they've lost their minds. Like, the slop producers and this one, like, you know, a guy who writes like this is a Zionist through and through, and it shouldn't be, like, surprising that he's writing stuff like this. It's this being published, like the Atlantic seeing this and going, yes, let's publish this. That's the insanity, I think, of the war specifically. Like, this is like, that was so fucking heinous. Like, the revisionism, the blatant lying about so much. Million Peaches here says, we're entering the slop singularity. Like, I'm writing a thing about Ezra Klein at the moment. Yay. And, like, something I said in it is, like, I've tried writing about liberal slop for the main channel before, and I was gonna do a piece about the Foom Scroller, if people remember the Foom Scroller. I actually filmed it. I might still put it up on Patreon at some point. But I remember the ending line of it was, we are going to have to acknowledge liberal reality as a thing, like liberal reality, because from now, like, liberal reality and ours are going to get further and further apart. And that was November 2023 that I was writing that. Like, the things I'm saying in the Ezra Klein piece, like, it's just, liberal reality has shifted to worshipping a completely dead political system, something that we can all see is just not, like, it's just complete, like, the wheels are spinning. The wheels are spinning. They just can't contact material reality at all anymore. Like, manufacturing consent is one thing, like, taking people's observations about reality and trying to, like, skew what they can see into some kind of manipulative lie that points them in this direction so they have this opinion that aligns with what you want to do so that when you do it, they cheer. That's one thing. But just like engaging in spectacle that has long since divorced from anything anyone can observe as reality, it's just unhinged. Like, it's a very deeply dissociative process, and it is like, yeah, I think we are in some kind of, like, slop singularity to some degree here, because I think that the genocide has really broken the brains of a lot of people, and then, like, Trump doing stuff that aligns with the ideology of imperialism, making people who are anti-Trump imperialists, nominally anti-Trump imperialists, cheer for what he's doing. It just shows it crystal clear, right? Marx's definition of ideology, sie wissen das nicht, aber sie tun es. They don't know what it is, and nevertheless they do it. Like, this is exactly it, right? Like, people who are like, I hate Trump, obviously. I'm obviously a liberal, I'm a progressive, I support a woman's right to choose, I support trans people, I support migrants, I support civil rights, I support freedom of the press, and I hate that Trump opposes all these things, and I want to fight him and stop him. And Iran is a terrible regime that we have to do something about, and it's like, I hope that we can bring some kind of stability to the region now. I know we've never ever done it before and always made things worse and always led to terrible, terrible blowback, to horrible consequences to people in the region. I know that, like, even in cases where our military gets absolutely fed their own dick and balls by the enemy, it's still a horrible, horrible time for the people who get invaded by the American military. I know America is the fucking great Satan of the world, but maybe this time it'll be different. Their brains are broken. Their brains are all the way broken. I can't claim mine isn't. But in different ways that I, as far as I can tell from looking at them, in ways I'm more aware of. Oh, Christ. Let's have a sporkle as a little palate cleanser. Everybody, we are 2 articles down. We have 4 to go. We're 2.5 hours into the stream. I've been streaming for 2.5 hours now. I would really like if we could hit 150 by the end of the stream. So if everybody watching donated £2.50, it's remained about £2. Yeah, it's £2.50. Then we would hit that goal of £150. We'd unlock an extra stream for next month, an extra bonus gaming stream. And to remind everyone also, I will be streaming tomorrow because we hit the 150 goal on a stream last month. Oh my goodness. Okay. We're going to sporkle because I want to reset a little bit after all the Zio propaganda. I don't think I really need to ask people the usual question, what was this? What was this article trying to achieve? The revisionism is too screamingly obvious. Okay. Let's do countries of Europe. Okay. Let's get into it. And remember, if you're enjoying the stream, if you appreciate what I do, please pay for what I do. Please pay me. I need money to live. I need money to enjoy the nice things in life. I'd really like to go for a trip to New Zealand where I was born for my birthday because it's my 30th birthday this year. There's all sorts of things I'd like, and I can only do that with your support. So please, if you're a chatter, subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. If you're a VOD viewer, check out the Patreon. Maybe if you've already checked out the Patreon and want to support me more. Or otherwise, you can also do the same PayPal tip link. It is in my link tree. Okay. Let's do countries of Europe. Get the obvious one in right now. UK. That's where I am right now. Ireland right next door. That's Greenland up there. That's not Greenland? That's Iceland. Of course it is. I did the classic thing. It's the other way around. Okay. So Norway and Sweden. And Denmark next to them. And I was talking earlier about how Russia is in both this one and the Asia one. So is Turkey. Let's go France, Germany, Spain, Portugal. Belgium, Netherlands, Italy, Luxembourg, Switzerland. Trying to fill in blocks as much as I can. So Poland is next to Germany, so is Austria. Good night, Artistan. It's been lovely to have you here. We were talking about Croatia earlier, the beach enjoyer, and Bosnia-Herzegovina. We're going to want Serbia down there too. Okay. Starting to run into some problems, starting to run into the limits of my knowledge around Eastern Europe. But I'll get Finland in. I might actually go Finland sometime soon because I want to visit my friend who unfortunately had to leave the UK because the NHS fucked her around so badly that she had to like take out personal loans to afford treatment. Oh, we've got a long comment here. I'm going to pause the game for a second. Lesbian Charmander says, the most eye-opening thing to me about the Zionist article was that time you talked about how the next step could be the imperial core becoming socialist by enslaving the periphery, and it really helped me realize the actual point of the supposed left wing in politics. Yes, what the actual point of the supposed left wing in politics always is. It's just comfort for us at the expense of the world. It's sickening. Yes, this is the thing is that the two things we must remember is that us having a high quality of life so far has been predicated on other people having shit taken from them around the world. And therefore anti-imperialism must form a core of our politics at all times. And the second thing we must remember, always, with regard to geopolitics, is that the best way we can free Palestine, Sudan, Iran, anywhere, is by freeing our country and having a revolution here. By having a revolution here to create a people's government that is not imperialist, that is the best way we can oppose imperialism, right? Is by destroying this project from the inside. And so we have to always remember the importance of anti-imperialism and have an anti-imperialist analysis. And we must always see that the way we can do something about that is by freeing our country from these capitalist fascists. Freeing our country from bourgeois democracy by creating proletarian or even entirely human democracy, right? by having a popular eco-socialist revolution is how we can destroy the imperialist project from the inside. We can create something sustainable. We can maintain some degree of our quality of life while changing out the way that it is constructed so that it is not exploitative of other people. You know, all of this stuff. Okay, back into the countries of Europe. I've definitely not done Liechtenstein yet. Okay. Montenegro is there. There we go. Okay. That's Hungary? No, that's not Hungary. What's the other country bordering Germany then? Because I've got Switzerland, Austria, Poland already. That's kind of crazy. Anyway, Vatican City. Just going to try and do some Eastern European countries for a little bit. So we've got Estonia, we've got Ukraine. Moldova is... Nope. Fucked that up really badly. This is rough. What's it called? Belarus. Oh, shit. You see what I mean now? Like, I literally, like... Weirdo of Oz says, everyone knows Germany is shaped like a big head and it's eating blank. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I can see that on the map right now, but I can't remember at all what it's eating. Right, I do know some more Eastern European countries. Slovenia and Slovakia. Romania, of course. Bulgaria. Okay. Kosovo? Yep, nice. See, this is what I mean. Like I said, I was gonna do actually really badly at European Sporkle. I'm probably gonna do significantly worse at South American Sporkle if we do another palate cleanser Sporkle after this. Miss Latvia, shaking my head. Well, you have reminded me of Latvia, so thank you. I had Estonia already. Belarus, Ukraine, Latvia. Wow, this is frustrating. Cyprus? Okay, we got Cyprus. Okay, I'm 9 short. 9 short. Chat, at this point, you're welcome to add in your own submissions. If you know any of the ones that are currently here. I'm, Czech Republic! Yeah! Thank you. Thank you. Okay. That's the one that Germany's eating. Okay, it's the Czech Republic. We've got 8 to go. Can I think of any more of these? I don't think they're all Eastern European countries. I think there are some, like, tiny city-states I've probably forgotten that are, like, you know, in the Alps or whatever. Macedonia. Okay. These tests always make me feel complicated because I agree they're important, but they always remind me of my world geography teacher that made fun of my stutter in front of the class the whole time. I'm really sorry that happened. That's one of the worst things a teacher can do, is like pick on speech impediments, especially stuttering, which has so much like to do with social anxiety in the first place. That's really shit. I'm really sorry that happened. But yeah, this stuff definitely is like important for the reasons I discussed earlier. Malta, Monaco, Andorra. Thank you, Valerie Valkyrie. Million Peaches says Lithuania. I thought, yeah. Oh shit, of course. Albania. Yep. Albania's the one with the sick flag, right? Yeah, with the two-headed eagle. This is like a very strange particular migrant community thing, but there's like an area of North London where there are a lot of Albanians, and like they just sometimes have like the Albanian flag like flying from the whip as they ride around the neighborhood, and I'm just like, hell yeah, guys. That's just like that's great. We have got Greece, yes. Well, there's 2 left. Should we reveal? We've only got a minute left now. Moldova. I thought I did Moldova earlier. I spelled it wrong. That's why I didn't accept it. Okay. I did get Moldova. I'm going to give myself an extra point on that one. I just spelled it wrong. Germany. Germany. Okay, I'm really sure it's like a tiny... some kind of tiny city-state like Luxembourg. We've got Luxembourg, Liechtenstein, Vatican City, Monaco, Montenegro, San Marino. Yes, of course it is. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. Okay. All right, chat, we did it. That was a nice little palate cleanser. I think that was good. I think it was good to get a reset after that absolute fucking garbage. Oh, wow. Okay. So, we've got this article to look at next. We have looked at this one before. I just wanted to remind you of the general positionality of Gal Beckerman, the author here. This is about the silence of the left on Iran. It came out January 16th. It was during the protests. And I'll just jump to a particular part of it, right? So after talking for a while about how awful it is that there are loads of people who are tankies, who are saying that protests can't be real, that it must be Mossad, etc., which, like, I've expressed my takes on this before. I don't think it's good behavior. I don't think people should be doing it. It's also, like, somewhat unavoidable, based on the climate that has been created by the decisions taken by the ruling class. And then it's, you know, various interviews with Iranian diaspora people in America saying that they feel really, really let down by the as Beckerman puts it, the whataboutism. Oh my goodness, Anonymous, thank you so much for tipping £20. Wow, holy shit. Thank you so much. Okay, we're way better. We're way closer now to the goal. Thank you. I really appreciate that. It still remains about £2.50 each if everyone wanted to donate a little bit. because we've lost a few viewers, probably because that last article was so fucking rough. But I know a few people just had to go to bed. Lesbian Charmander says, the silence of the left on Iran, the Hannibal Lecter extended universe is getting ridiculous. Thank you again so much to Anonymous for that donation. The hacker known as Anonymous, propping up my stream. Yes, the whataboutism going on has left all the Iranian people feeling abandoned by the left. And if we go down... where does he start saying it? There's a point at which the article takes a turn, and he says, this reminds me of how bad it was when the... By the way, sorry, like, I hate to do this. But, like, there is still no clear count on, like, how many people were killed in these protests, and I believe that thousands of people were killed because they were very, like, violent clashes that happened. And the Israeli line about how many people were killed remains, like, way higher than anyone else's. Like, the Zionists say it's, like, 40,000 people. And, like... It bothers me. I'm going to make this an aside, okay? I'm going to go into this screen. I'm just going to get into this a little bit, just as a little aside. It bothers me that the protests were effectively the pretext for war in Iran that we're now seeing. And thousands of people are dying in this war. And, like, everyone's obviously saying already, like, how is bombing them making them free? But just, like, they've entirely stopped caring about that pretext. Like, they've entirely stopped caring about it, and now it's like it's about the nuclear ambitions, which, like, no one, like, if you're believing that, I'm sorry, you need a new brain. Like, you just need your brain taken out and a new one put in. Like, yours just, like, send it back. But, like, they've just stopped talking about the deaths in the protests at all, and it just makes it feel like, okay, so, like, any goodwill that anyone was trying to extend to say, yeah, maybe there are, like, that many people killed, just evaporates. It's just like, oh, you were just completely cynically, like, overstating the case there to manufacture consent, and you just knew that's what you were doing because you've now, like, stopped caring at all about that stuff. Yeah, it just sickens me. It just really sickens me. And, like, as it's going on now with the war, sorry, I spaced a bit for a second there. Oh yeah, and the other thing as well is that, like, the rates at which, like, Palestinians were being killed over the last 2 years, like, that the claims people have made about the rate of death in these protests would have to be, like, rivaling the most bloody massacres of the Holocaust, and, like, would blow the entire last 2 years of Palestinian genocide out of the water, just in terms of how rapidly people were killed. And, like, now that we're seeing, like, thousands more people die in the war, the U.S.-Israeli war of aggression in Iran, but not nearly as fast as they claimed happened in 2 weeks there. It's just like, this is just a sickening pretense. I don't know. That's all. I just had to say my bit on that. It just really upsets me. But this article, basically, he relates it back to how left out he felt by the left when October 7th happened, and everyone became so anti-Semitic by saying things like, don't kill children. It's really bad to kill children. Stop doing a genocide. Those things made Gal Beckerman feel really left out and ignored and abandoned by the left. Yay. I wonder if what distinguishes Gaza from Iran is that the Palestinian civilians represented perfect victims, people bombed simply for living in Gaza, especially in places where Hamas was operating. The picture in Iran is more complicated. Protesters are fighting for regime change. And they comprise a melange of opposition groups with various motives and ideas about a post-Ayatollah Iran. I'm sorry, but like, and it's especially just after reading the article we just read before this, but just like, you have to know that like, for a ton of people, Palestinians do not represent perfect victims because of all the consent manufactured the world over for genocide against them. Anyway, this is the piece I wanted to bring back up. I had a full read of it the other day. I don't need to reread all of it just now. This is Gal Beckerman, and now we're going to go on to a modern Gal Beckerman take. We've taken a sample of old crude takes to compare to the current quality of crude takes to see if what's going on. As we're here, obviously, as part of the Ideanomics Commission investigating the quality of crude takes in the Atlantic right now, we have to compare. So this one, some Iranian exiles are feeling really bad, kind of rightly, because they're seeing the regime that exiled them, that persecuted them and their families, killing a bunch of people, and they're seeing conspiracy theorists saying that it's all made up. And that sucks. That's a horrible thing. That's really relatable. It kind of sucks that he's tying it to October 7th, but kind of relatable. What a sad situation they're in. Okay, let's go on to Gal Beckerman. Why people shed tears for tyrants. Anonymous, thank you so much for tipping £25. Holy shit. Oh my god. Thank you. Wow, okay. Chat, we are now way closer to unlocking a bonus stream, an extra gaming stream. Holy shit, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Wow. Vordrella says, there's no point in believing any Western claims about amounts. It's clear that people were killed. Even Iran itself said just under 4,000, which should also be taken with a grain of salt, but Western nations claiming certain amounts was just pretext. Yeah. Yeah, like I say, there are some things we can look at and just be like, that's bullshit. Like, the Israeli claim, and it is an Israeli claim, that Iran killed like 43,000 people in 2 weeks, is just like, no, I don't think that they did do that. That doesn't, like, it's only Israelis who are claiming this, and people who like have heard it from Israelis. And then like there's the Iranian regime's claim, which is like, well, that part of it is like, well, if they're admitting to having killed thousands of their own people, maybe we should believe them on that number. But they would like to downplay it, so maybe we shouldn't. And then there's like groups that you'd like to be relatively independent, like the Human Rights Activist News Agency, or the Human Rights in Iran group, who are the source for like the mass majority of articles in Western media about Iran. And yeah, they seem to be doing pretty good work. And also they're headquartered in fucking Quantico, Virginia, with the US intelligence agencies. And I'm just like, guys, help. My wife and I have started saying this thing to each other recently about, like, as a little phrase, because the US at the time had admitted that 6 US troops had died so far in the war in Iran. And since then, they've admitted more, but there is like really weird reporting where they're being like, this thing was an accident, or this thing was whatever, and it definitely wasn't us getting killed by Iranians. There's no way that's happening anywhere. And I'm like, okay. But they'd said it was 6, and then we saw this claim from this very campist claim that 500 US soldiers had died. And we're looking at it and we're just like, okay, well, Iran is kind of an informational black hole. The Western reporting is all super biased. And if we believe there are only 6 US troops who've died so far, it's because we've heard that from the US State Department, the Trump regime's fascist US State Department. Okay, maybe it is. Maybe it is just that. But we can't really trust the claim of 500 either. And so my wife and I have started saying this thing to each other about just basically about any uncertain number, just saying, it's between 6 and 500. Like, that's what we can say. It's between 6 and 500. I personally, if I was going to give my personal feeling on this, and I'm highlighting this as a feeling rather than like a political analysis, but my feeling is that within the next few weeks we are probably going to hear from some army families in America that their children who are deployed have not been in contact in a while, and they're quite concerned, and they've been asking the Pentagon to please tell them if their child is okay. That's my feeling. I feel like at least one person, at least like one family in the next little while, but quite possibly quite a few, might show up and be saying, hey, I think that our family member has been killed and they have not told us. Zyros says, just like they'll be making nukes within 3 months for the last couple decades. So I want to address this a little bit because it's a complicated one and it bugs me, I guess partly just because of autism. But like, people repeat this thing as being a ridiculous thing to say. The reason the whole nuclear ambitions in Iran topic is ridiculous is that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was firmly anti-nuclear, had a fatwa on nuclear weapons, was never going to make a nuclear weapon. We don't know what his son will do, but it is his son, so maybe he'll follow along in exactly the same way. The 3 months away thing has to do with international law on nuclear physics. There are... Oh, I wish I could remember the names of the books right now. Michael Lawfer recommended them to us on Red Planet. There are great books about the way that information is controlled and the right of people to information. And one of them, I remember it talking about like nuclear science and how basically because of the development of nuclear weapons and the prohibition of the development of nuclear weapons, there is maths that you could do which would be illegal. Like, there are equations that solving them is against international law because it would be past the, like, prescribed point of development of nuclear technologies. So they have been 3 months away from developing nuclear weapons for the last few decades because they've been held there by international law. International law has said, okay, you can have power plants, but you can't develop nuclear weapons. And then there's been all this Western fear-mongering constantly. They're about to make nuclear weapons. They're about to make nuclear weapons. They're only 3 months away. And the line that what they're repeating there is they're saying, if they decided today they were going to make nuclear weapons and disregard the law, they would only be 3 months away. And it's kind of just like saying, I don't know, like this suspicious Arab guy in my neighborhood, all he would have to do if he wanted to kill me is like run up to me one day with an axe and kill me. And it's just like, yeah, I guess if he wanted to. Anyway, I just wanted to say all of this because like I think the more useful thing, or like the more direct thing about the nuclear claims is that like that the Ayatollah issued a fatwa against nuclear weapons and so was never going to make nuclear weapons. And I think that's the useful thing to talk about if we're talking about Western media and the narrative around nuclear stuff. We have 3 more articles to go. I will take one more sporkle break, but we're going to get through this one. Okay. Why people shed tears for tyrants. Both loyalists and dissidents cried over the death of Ayatollah Khamenei. This common reaction to a dictator's demise is a symptom of the damage they do. And then we have Stalin. You know, the main guy everyone always thinks of when you say dictator. Obviously, there's one guy that you think... If you were to pick only one guy who was representative of a dictator in history, right? It would obviously be Stalin, right? Zyros, it's not a sorry situation. You don't have to apologize for it at all. I just wanted to get our thoughts out there. Let's talk about Stalin, the main platonic ideal of a dictator in history. The Iranian state television announcer was gasping for air. I almost felt bad for him. What? That's how hard he was weeping when he delivered the news of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's demise. He reached for a tissue, blew his nose. His cheeks glistened. This was not Walter Cronkite choking up for a second while delivering the news of John F. Kennedy's assassination. The Iranian announcer was heaving. In New York City, Masih Alinejad, a dissident who was targeted for death by the Islamic Republic, of which Khamenei was the supreme leader, burst out into the streets when she heard the news. "The dictator of my country is dead. He's dead," she shouted, wailing hoarsely. A stranger stopped to hug her, uncertain, surely, if she was experiencing joy or sadness, relief or exhaustion, or even if she was sane. On a street corner by herself, she looked into her phone's camera at her nearly 9 million Instagram followers, and cried and cried. Such torrential downpours from loyalists and dissenters alike often follow the deaths of notorious and long-ruling dictators. So let's get some examples now of notorious and long-ruling dictators. Joseph Stalin, Mao Zedong, and Saddam Hussein. I see. Well then. My goodness. And from the outside, this display of emotion might seem confusing or easy to dismiss as a performance for the state or the media. Take the epidemic of... Sorry, actually, no, I am going to derail for a second. Do you all remember when Western media used to give a fuck about Hitler? Do you remember when Western media used to pretend that, like, the Nazis were, like, the biggest existential threat that we'd faced? That, like fascism needed to be stopped? And it actually, like, mattered that the Nazis had been really bad and killed a lot of people, and that, like, fascism was a thing that we wanted to consciously, like, steer our liberal democracies away from now on, and now it's just socialism. Like, now it's only socialism that must be resisted. Apple Chips says, hey Apple Chips. Apple Chips says, the thing that I find as strongest evidence Iran had no interest in nuclear weapons is that Iran knows the IAEA is infiltrated by US agents, and they still allowed every single inspection. Yeah! And to add to this, and I'm sure you already know this, but for people who don't, you know who doesn't allow IAEA inspections in? Israel, who has nuclear weapons. Oh, Christ. Okay. All right. Back on it. Here it is. From the outside, this display of emotion might seem confusing or easy to dismiss as a performance for the state or the media. Take the epidemic of crying after the North Korean leader Kim Jong-il succumbed to a heart attack in 2011. Crowds of hundreds with their heads lowered bawled loudly in unison. Others fell to the ground and shook in their grief. Did they love the man who starved them and trapped them like rats in a cage? Is that what he did? Are you sure? Are you sure? Were they acting for one another in order to avoid suspicions of disloyalty, or were they really mourning? And if so, for what exactly? This is so depraved. Like, this is such sicko shit. Like, this is holy shit. It's just like, come on, man. Come on. Like, Stalin and Mao as well. It's just like, yeah, man, like, there were people who fucking hated Stalin. Of course there were, because he was a bad dude who sucked. And there were also a bunch of people who loved Stalin. And, like, fucking, you can evidence the former with the de-Stalinization process after he died. And the latter, like, the very thing you are discussing, that, like, a lot of people mourned him because, like, they saw him as representative of their nation and cared about their nation, because people find politics easy to parse with a blowbo. They find it easy to understand all of politics through a little guy who's their blowbo. And Stalin was some people's blowbo. And then they mourned him when he died. And the same for Mao. And yeah, Mao did some bad stuff, but most of the stuff that, like, people like you are complaining about that Mao did was kill landlords, which was actually based. Fucking sick of all this shit. Anyway. We should carry on with it, because I want to get through the rest of these. The same questions might be asked about Iranian reactions to the death of Khamenei. People do not all shed tears for the same reasons, of course. You know, like, they killed him and a ton of other people and did a ton of, like, massive strikes all over the country all at once the same night. Can you conceive of the possibility that the crying is just like, oh, we're fucked. We're now being bombed by the global hegemon. Like, come on, dude. The Iranian announcer was grieving the loss of a father, as he put it, while for Ahmadinejad and so many other Iranians in exile and at home, the vaporized man was a villain who had micromanaged every aspect of their lives, perhaps ordered their friends tortured and killed. Okay, what about the vaporized 150 schoolgirls? What about all of the reporters and teachers and students and doctors and just random civilians who've been killed in these strikes? What about the people the Iranian people whose economy was tanked by unilateral moves to sanction them because their government intervened in a genocide? Like, there are tears of anger and tears of deliverance, and they don't always look all that different. But there is one reason, I think, for all this sobbing: a shattered compass. Ad Vingerhertz. Is that right now? Is that right now? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought, chat. That's what I fucking thought. Sorry, I'm being stupid. Ad Vingerhertz, a scholar of crying and author of Why Only Humans Weep, has studied the various reasons people shed tears, and he writes that the most common emotional trigger is a feeling of powerlessness or helplessness. Yeah, like maybe being trapped in a war zone that the US and Israel are now bombing, and they're killing a bunch of children. You know? Like, maybe, like, the guy you saw as, like, a strong guy who, like, might be, like, horrible to your people, but, like, is there, you know? He's just been exploded. This, like, this commodification, this, like, stealing of the, like, most horrible moments and feelings of an entire nation's people, and it turning it into something to be, like, consumed by white Western consumers of media. This is filth. Like, this just, like, why are people weeping for the dictator in Iran? Just, like, how are you pretending that the only thing they have to cry about right now is the death of Khamenei. Like, this is sick. This is really, really quite sick. What could be more destabilizing than the loss of the great leader? If Mao was, as communist propaganda had it, the reddest sun, he was. Wouldn't an eclipse make humans do what other animals do at such moments? Howl in confusion and fear? Buddy, come on now. Come the fuck on. This is obscene. This is disgusting. In 1986, on the 10th anniversary of Mao's death, a series of oral histories from Chinese citizens appeared in the Los Angeles Times describing what they felt when they heard he was gone. "I was shocked. Mao dead?" said a student named Shen Ji. "The first words we learned to speak were, 'Long live Chairman Mao.' The first words we learned to write were, 'Long live Chairman Mao.' He was God. God never dies." True, though, Mao will never die. Another respondent said he was overwhelmed by the news because as a boy he had been told that Mao could live to 10,000 years, and he believed it. These people's tears were not always a straightforward response to feelings of grief. Shen described crying out of self-pity because all the other students at his school were able to produce tears, but he couldn't. What would this mean for his future in the Communist Party? All would be lost. My classmates were now crying so rhythmically that I had begun to feel a deep admiration and jealousy, he said. My heart ached, and then my eyes moistened. I could do it. I could. Tears ran down my cheeks. What collapses with the dictator is what dictators spend their long reigns reordering around themselves. Predictability. Even those who hated the Ayatollah had now entered a story without its reliable antagonist. The Soviet poet Joseph Brodsky wrote an article on the 20th anniversary of Stalin's death called "Reflections on a Spawn of Hell," leaving no one to mistake how he felt about the man. And yet he completely understood the copious tears that flowed through Russian gutters in March of 1953. Stalin had been as reliable a presence as the sky for 3 decades. No matter how nightmarish it had been, citizens were used to him. As people get used to the portrait of a relative or to an old lamp, Brodsky continued. People grew up, got married, got divorced, had children, got old, and all the time the portrait of Stalin hung over their heads. There was some reason to weep. Yes, it's part of like the nature of your existence, yeah. Batata de Farofa says, "Low-key gonna teach my niece to write that when she learns to write." Hell yeah. More communist babies. Let's indoctrinate children. For Soviets, Stalin was a category of consciousness, Brodsky wrote, meaning that he lived in their heads. This was true for Khamenei as well. For 3 decades, the Iranian leader set the boundaries for morality, for thought, for what could be spoken and what could be worn. He reached into the most private parts of people's lives, and only last month he committed mass murder against those who dared to protest his regime. In his white beard and black robe, he was represented by the state as an eternal being, a total master of the domain under his control. Shiite Muslims, for whom he was a religious and not just a political leader, were crying out in pain in the streets of Tehran, describing themselves as orphans. Lesbian Charmander says, "Mao will never die" is actually what I say to my landlord every time I pay for rent. Sorry if I'm typing too much. I don't know why this is getting me so emotional. That's completely okay. Chat is, you are here to chat. It's like, it's completely fine for you to be typing a lot. Don't worry about it. And I'm actually appreciating the liveliness of chat today. Where were we? It would be easy to reduce these tears to simple expression of either happiness or sadness, but if we recognize the deeper well they are drawn from, the implications for what happens next are much more troubling. You can't just wipe away that feeling of rupture or the decades of fear that preceded it. People become comfortable with the reality they know. They will mourn even an abusive father and might require a lifetime to overcome the abuse. Even those who unreservedly despised him but had no other leader might not know what to look for in an alternative or whether to trust a good steward if one comes along. The poet Osip Mandelstam was one of Stalin's many victims. His widow, Nadezhda, described well the reverberations of the regime for both those who belonged to it and those who opposed it. Every section of the population has been through the terrible sickness caused by terror, and none has so far recovered or become fit again for civic life, she wrote in 1970, more than 3 decades after Mandelstam died in a labor camp. It is an illness that is passed on to the next generation, so that the sons pay for the sins of the fathers, and perhaps only the grandchildren begin to get over it, or at least it takes on a different form with them. The tyrant is gone, and soon the tears will dry too, but their source, the sudden disappearance of what felt like a fixed reality, will be with Iranians for a long time. And that's the end of the article. So, there's a few things here, right? So one is, like, again, the intense focus on Stalin over and over again, when, like, have we just, like, forgotten about Hitler? What happened to Hitler? Like, what happened to Hitler? Sorry. But also, like, what happened to Franco? Like, there's a bunch of... Anyway. I don't think this stuff is real. Like, as a... I don't think the kind of pattern and study of human beings that Gal Beckerman is claiming to engage in here, I don't think these are like real and tried and true observations about human beings at all. I think he's looking at people who, like, for one thing, a ton of people, yeah, they do have their reality set under a regime where someone is authoritarian, someone is totalitarian, that, like, the leader is this, like, parent-like presence that's, you know, eternal in their reality, and it's shocking when they die. Those things are, like, I think very reasonable, but also, like, incredibly milquetoast observations about all of this. And the overall production here is taking away Iranians' feelings and turning them into a commodity to be consumed by white people, by Westerners. This just sucks. Like, it's... When I talk about, and I'll go back over what I mean by this, but when I talk about anesthetics, when I talk about painkillers, the bombing of Iran is more or less absent from this article. Gal talks about Khamenei getting vaporized. The strikes are the background and the context to what's going on. But, like, I'm sure a ton of people in Iran, I'm sure a ton of Iranians outside Iran, feel that the Ayatollah being dead is likely to lead to Western dominance over Iran. The American regime and the Israelis certainly seem to think so. Certainly that's what they're hoping will be the case. And that's really fucking bad, actually. So, like, while some of this might be present, like, hyper-focusing on this as if it's the same as, like... We've got Kim Jong-il, Stalin and Mao. There was also Saddam Hussein, but in those 3 examples, those are all people who got old and sick and died. Khamenei was blown up in an act of military aggression by the global hegemon and its biggest favorite colony. Like, that's just not the same situation. Like, at core, that's just not the same situation. And, like, I think some of the dynamics here are definitely going to be comparable, right? Like Stalin in the Great Purges and these, like, protests, all the other shit that, like, Khomeini did. Like, there are parallels to be drawn here, but what's missing, I think, speaks the loudest. And that's what makes this, like, I think, doing some of the anesthetic work. And so, to remind people, if you don't remember, like, my broad take about this is in the spectacle, in the takes space in this media environment of slop ads, of liberal slop, people are witnessing things in the world that provoke a strong reaction in them. Maybe even they will weep. And the things that they're witnessing often have to do with contradictions in the systems that exist. And like, when you experience a contradiction, for example, patriarchy tells us that men are men, women are women, and there's a completely different nature to those two basically separate species, and you can only ever be one or the other, and you're born that way. And then you see a trans person, right? And it's a bit painful. It's like, well, what I've heard doesn't agree with that. And if you're fine with trans people, that's fine, right? Like, if you're fine with trans people and think patriarchy's bad, then you just be like, okay, fair enough. That's cool. But if you need for patriarchy to continue to make sense in your head in order for the world to make sense, then that's painful. And then you need some other kind of explanation besides people can change their sex. You need a different explanation, and then under the rules of the market, you are a market, a consumer, a demand for which there can be a supply, and then capitalism has the opportunity to produce for you painkillers, different answers than the liberatory and correct understandings of the world around you that just numb the pain you're feeling instead. And this, I think, why are the Iranians crying right now? Because their dictator was so horrible to them. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Anyway. Let's do another sporkle. I'm going to embarrass myself doing really badly with South American countries. Everybody, if you're enjoying the stream, we are now 3 hours in. I've been doing this for 3 hours. We are £60 away from the dono goal today. If we hit the dono goal, we'll get an extra gaming stream next month, which I think would be really exciting. And I'd love to play Resident Evil and hang out with you all while I'm doing it, which I will be doing tomorrow, but I'd love to do some more of it. There's currently only one single bonus stream unlocked. So if we can make it to 60 more pounds, in fact, if everyone watching right now, everyone at once, donated £2 only, just 2, it's a very small amount, I'm sure people have it, we would go right past the goal. So please use command TIP, !TIP, and donate. Oh my goodness. Okay. Anonymous has just tipped £27. Thank you so much, Anonymous. I really, really appreciate that. Well, we're now a lot closer. So if people even donated just £1, we would get past the goal really, really fast. So small donations are appreciated, as well as these big donations from Anonymous. And that would get us to a point where we would have another gaming stream coming up, which I'm excited about, and I hope other people are too. Let's go do South American Sporkle. Let's do this. I'm going to embarrass myself really badly. Okay. South America countries. And then we'll have 2 more articles before we wrap up. Pardon me. Countries of South America. Here we go. Obscure knowledge. Countries of South America. I don't want it to be obscure. That's not the... I just want to fill in the map. I actually want it to be very common knowledge, especially as they're currently experiencing like massive aggression from the Empire. Like, this is exactly why I want to... For fuck's sake, Okay. That's also the wrong one. I need... country locator? Countries of Africa, countries of Asia, countries of Europe, countries of North America, countries of Oceania, countries of South America. It should be this one. But it's not the same. This is not... No, it's not got the map. It's also only got 12 on there. This is not the same game. This is not the right one. You're right, Louis Savi. There is a dang Cheeto in the White House. It's true. The midterms, to me, I'm anticipating some really fucked things happening. Here we go. This is what I needed. I'm anticipating some really fucked things happening. Valerie Valkyrie, thank you so much for donating £3. We're now a little bit closer to an extra gaming stream. The midterms, like, I think that Trump and his people, wherever they possibly can, will rig them massively. And then they'll claim the Democrats are rigging them massively, and it'll be a whole, like, it'll basically get the ball rolling for, like, when, and I've been having this take the entire time, and I stand by it, he's gonna cancel the general election, the presidential election, and, like, I think that the midterms is gonna be the beginning of his, like, his arc towards that. Obviously there's already been January 6th and, like, you know, years of him saying the Democrats are stealing elections and all this stuff. Like, the arc is very much ongoing, but I think in the very direct sense, it's going to be, like, midterms, every single seat that the GOP loses is down to migrant voter fraud. Therefore, we must do something. We must stop the presidential election from happening. Maybe even declaring a state of emergency just off the back of the midterms, saying, like, there's too much of a risk to the country from voter fraud or something. I don't know. Valerie Valkyrie says they're already laying the foundations with the ID laws, making passports more expensive, etc. Yeah, absolutely. I think, like, voter ID stuff really pisses me off because, like, in the UK, like, we had poll tax riots, right? Like, we had people have been so mad in the past, in pretty recent memory, so mad at, like, the government trying to make it so you had to pay money to be able to vote. And that's what ID is. Like, voter ID is that. Like, you have to pay, and you also, like, have to have your documents in order, which, like, generally richer people will have and will find that easier. And it's just, like, very frustrating. Okay, South American countries. I'm gonna really embarrass myself on this one. This might be worse. I might do worse at this than the Europe one, even though there's only 12. I'm gonna really suck at this. I'm terribly sorry. I apologize in advance to everyone watching for what's about to happen. 10,000 years gulag for what's about to happen. Okay. So, obviously, we've got Brazil, the biggest one. We've got Venezuela, since we're talking about American aggression. We've got Guatemala, since I just said American aggression. Guatemala. Am I spelling wrong? Guatemala? What have I done wrong here? One sec. Guatemala. I'm not spelling it wrong. Oh, it's Central American. Oh, maybe I need countries of South and Central America? Hang on a second. This is only 12. The other ones I was doing were like 50 countries. Okay, I'll just carry on with South America. It's fine. But I do know Bolivia, Colombia, Argentina, Chile. What was the country Trump was sending people to? Oh my god. How have I forgotten this already? It is Oh my god. This is what I mean. I'm so sorry, everyone. This is big embarrassing. Latin America would be better. Yeah, exactly. That's what I... Yeah. Fun fact, you can say American aggression for every country in South America. That was kind of the joke I was going along with, but... Oh my god. This is embarrassing. I've got halfway. I've literally gotten halfway in this. Oh, the country I'm trying to remember isn't even in South America? I'm so sorry. I'm so embarrassed with this. I'm glad I apologized in advance, because this is just really dire. This is by far my worst. The country Trump deports people to is in Central America. Yeah. That's what I... Yeah. They even removed France from South America to make it easier. Oh, maybe I would even do better at a like Central America and Caribbean test than this. This is so dire. Okay, chat, we've only got 2 minutes left. You can hit me. Just tell me them. Just absolutely fuck my shit up. Go for it. I surrender. I've done really badly at this one. This is the one I need to massively improve on. Guyana, Suriname. Yeah. Okay. Uruguay. Oh my god. Uruguay. Oh my god. Paraguay. Oh my god. Oh my god, I forgot Peru. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. Jesus Christ. And Ecuador. Yay, we did it. Chat all did it a lot faster than me. Oh my goodness. Well, that's what it looks like when streamer doesn't know things. I know you show up for Miss Streamer to know lots of things. That's what it looks like when she does not. It's a bad time for everybody. Fuck, that sucked so bad. Okay. I'm just gonna check if there's a Central America and Caribbean countries sporkle I can change to as well. There's a Central American one. Okay, things are broken down by region a lot more. There are 33 Caribbean countries? Fuck, dude. Okay. But none of that's tonight. We are going to... the joke about France is because they didn't include the French Guiana. The worst shit is, like, in all of these, in all the Sporkle stuff, is when I just, like, I do know, and I'm just not confident enough about it, because I got your joke. I literally got it. I was just like, French Guiana, so it's Guyana. And I was like, I don't want to look silly for guessing that and being wrong. And I literally would have been right anyway. Taking me a whole 12th closer. I can't believe I forgot Peru. Oof. Powerful Finger 123 says Caribbean might be more challenging because they have a lot of small islands. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, but that's not right now. Right now, it's 2 articles. One is the Iran war has 4 stages. We're in the second. The other one, how to think about Trump's war with Iran. They're both kind of medium length. I'm going to try and back-to-back them as much as possible. We are in the home run of the stream now. Thank you so much for enduring through this horrible Slop ad madness, and I will try to group the streams like this more in future so that we can have targeted, like radiotherapy, like targeted attacks on the Iran takes or whatever, and then go back to like stupid fucking bullshit about, oh, I've got a new AI app on my phone or whatever. Whatever shit next week. Hopefully. Hermeneutic says, finally my worst one is Europe. Yeah. I thought it was going to be that way until I remembered just how bad I am with South America. So this hopefully will be our last little dose of like intensely horrible Iran takes. It's now 11 p.m. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. I really believe we can hit the 150 point by the end of this stream. So, once again, chatters, please subscribe, cheer, or donate directly using command tip if you're enjoying the stream, if you appreciate what I do, if you like my work, if it helps you out. If you learn things, if I make you see things in different ways, that's what I hope to do, is to teach people different ways of seeing. Yeah, please donate. And VOD viewers as well. Hi VOD viewers, I hope you're having a nice VOD time. Again, leave me a comment, let me know what you do while you're VODing, and use the links below to donate to me, and support me on Patreon if you want. Princess Backnight 666 says, I don't have confidence that there won't be a whole new trough of slop to talk about on this subject by next week. Well, me neither. Willow Tree, thank you so much for the £3 tip. Beck, me neither, but I just will go do other stuff. I just will take us to a different area of slop next week as a relief from this. And if that is the case, then I'll just like this stream is 2 weeks after the last stream. That's part of why it's so packed with all this stuff. So I can just store it up for later. Abcamu, I just said it's 11 p.m. here. Okay, so Middle East, right. Let's get into these articles. One last time, if you're enjoying the stream, consider paying for the stream. Now we're going to read by Nancy A. Youssef. The Iran War has 4 stages. We're in the second. When I saw this article at first, I was just like, dear God, let the take please be. I see this unfolding in 4 kind of stages or phases. And this is the second one now. And not, I am gulp swallowing like a disgusting crocodile monster who lives on sewage. What the US State Department has told me. I am gulp swallowing what the American military says about the operation that is doing, despite it being very bad, inconsistent, and often like half-hearted lies. Like the kinds of lies that like people don't even seem to really care that much about defending. And all I'll say for now is, that was my hope. Okay. Regime change appears a lost cause. So what endgame are the US and Israel pursuing? The death of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei on the first day of the Iran War, and to be clear, this was written yesterday, generated hope that the regime change the Trump administration and Israel yearned for would come to pass, perhaps with a more moderate new leader stepping up. I mean, like, hope if you agree with regime change as a mission. This is the thing, yet again, just like people who are nominally anti-Trump or against the things that Trump is doing to Americans. It's just like... But he goes and bombs Iran. That's great, actually, because of the evil, bad Muslim guy. That, after all, is what happened 2 months ago in Venezuela, where Delcy Rodriguez assumed power after her boss, Nicolas Maduro, was captured by US forces. Yeah, I mean, she still recognizes him as the legitimate leader of Venezuela, though, doesn't she? The nationwide protests in Iran late last year, and early this one, hinted at a country potentially on the cusp of seismic change. For a few hours after the bombing started, the maximalist outcome the administration sought seemed within reach, officials told me. Instead, the US and Israel moved through their military strike plan over the following days without a palpable change in Iran's position. The regime named the Ayatollah's son, Mojtaba Khomeini, whose ideas are believed to be more hardline than his father's, as successor. And rather than create the circumstances for a popular uprising, which Trump had called for in his first speech of the war, the air campaign has left Iranians feeling stuck between a regime they do not want and a war whose objectives are ill-defined. The strikes that once promised Iranians liberation have instead led to black rain caused by oil from stricken infrastructure, damage to historical sites, and, according to the preliminary findings of a US military investigation, the deaths of at least 175 children and teachers from a US Tomahawk missile. Trump's assertion that Iran would probably not keep its borders only added to fears among Iranians that the war will lead to a divided country. Almost 2 weeks into the war, as the Pentagon releases a growing roster of targets that have been struck, more than 5,000 in the first 10 days, administration officials remain at a loss to explain how they see the war ending and what they want Iran to look like afterward. The military has said it is in the second phase of what is likely a 4-phase plan. Initial strikes, control of Iran's airspace, stabilization, and withdrawal. Administration officials have suggested that completing the operation could take at least another 2 weeks. At a rally in Kentucky last night, Trump asked his supporters, "We don't want to leave early, do we? We've got to finish the job, right?" He defined the goal only as avoiding the need to return every 2 years. Catgirl Steph says, just popping in to say meow before going to bed. See you all in the VOD tomorrow. Meow. 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 Good night. Good night and meow. Another 2 years, right. But what would post-war Iran look like? The administration still hasn't decided what they want to see happen, one Defense Department official told me. In a closed-door briefing yesterday on Capitol Hill, Pentagon officials didn't offer legislators any more clarity. They can't give answers other than acknowledge the immediate military objectives. A congressional official told me. Asked for comment, the Pentagon pointed to public statements from the Secretary of Defense and the President. General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth have boasted at Pentagon briefings that the US has weakened Iran's navy, as well as its drone and ballistic missile capability. They have offered impressive statistics but few details. Iranian ballistic missile strikes are down by 90% since Iran began retaliating. Drone strikes are down by 83%. It's not clear if Iran is simply choosing not to launch at the same pace that it did at the start of the war, or whether its capabilities have been destroyed, or a mix of both. Many Iranian leaders have been assassinated. More than 50 Iranian vessels have been damaged or destroyed, Kane said, and US strikes have moved farther east into the country. Militarily, the plan is on track, officials say. So far, the list of achievements produced by US Central Command, which leads military action in the Middle East, does not cite any new damage to Iran's nuclear program. Trump said it was obliterated in last June's strikes. On Tuesday, Hegseth made clear that to permanently deny Iran nuclear weapons forever remains a US objective that could potentially require a special forces operation to seize Iran's uranium, though the Pentagon has been mum on that prospect. Kane notably didn't mention Iran's nuclear capabilities at the same event. In congressional briefings, the Pentagon has given the classified percentage of its targets. In congressional briefings, the Pentagon has given the classified percentage of its targets that have been hit, saying the campaign is ahead of schedule. The congressional official said, in the second phase of the plan, the military depends less on long-range missiles and instead is sending more aircraft over Iran to strike targets, given that the US and Israel are close to controlling Iranian airspace. This could be the longest phase of the US attack plan. But at the same time, hopes of a new direction for Iran, further dashed by recent US intelligence assessments that the regime is not at imminent risk, according to Reuters, have been superseded by fears that either the regime survives or, possibly worse, the regime's ability to govern collapses, splinters, or is so weak that it leaves behind a failed state. That uncertainty raises the possibility that the US and Israel could seek divergent ends to the war. A broken Iran consumed by internal fighting poses a minimal threat to Israel. Israel's targets expanded last week to key Iranian economic assets, including energy facilities, signaling an interest in weakening Iran beyond just its military capacity. Yeah, no shit, Israel are fascists. Come on now. The Israelis are looking to ensure they don't have a threat from the Iranians, but their way of going about it means that if they are successful, Iran is a failed state sooner or later. H.A. Hellier, a Middle East security and geopolitics expert for the Royal United Services Institute and the Center for American Progress, told me. The senior ranks of the US military are divided over the prospect of a weakened or failed state. Some commanders see a benefit. Only a functional state can pursue nuclear ambitions. That's fake. Fuck off. Others fear... Sorry, I just wound up. Others fear that an unstable and unpredictable Iran could pose a serious risk to the US, both economically and for long-term security, US defense officials told me. A failed state could become a haven for terrorist groups that target US allies and interests in the region. Or one of Iran's minority groups, such as the Kurds, could seek to grab parts of the existing state and make similar calls for greater autonomy for Kurdish populations in Turkey and Iraq. Above all, a weakened state puts 92 million Iranians in jeopardy from internal instability or possibly from a new emboldened regime, should one arise. If Iranians choose to leave, they could trigger a disruptive mass migration, as happened at the start of Syria's civil war 15 years ago, a calamity with which the Middle East and Europe are still reckoning. Israel and the US have different pain tolerance for achieving their aims in Iran. Israelis consider higher gas prices caused by obstructions or threats in the Strait of Hormuz a small price to pay to combat their chief nemesis. Danny Citrinovich, a non-resident fellow with the Atlantic Council's Middle East programs, told me from Israel. It's just like... the Atlantic Council's Middle East programs, living in Israel, it's just like... Whatever. We've already heard the stuff that the Atlantic publishes. It's just not that complicated. Like... But President Trump may balk at the... But, sorry, one comment I will make on this before moving on, and I'm trying to just not do... Like, I'm trying to keep my comments to the end of the article overall. And chat, like, please have your comments ready too. But, like, just on this specifically, like, this is what I mean... liberal reality getting so far away from everyone else's observable reality. Like, no wonder there's a huge wave of, like, conspiracy leftism now. Like, there's so much more. I saw people doing Sandy Hook shit today. Like, genuinely doing, like, no, this is a false flag, this is crisis actors or whatever. And I'm just like, yeah, this is the natural consequence of the mainstream, like, shifting to just deny observable reality, to pretend that a genocide we're watching isn't a genocide, to pretend there's any moral superiority in these endless imperialist wars of aggression, in our neo-colonialism, in all this shit. It's just like, it's just impossibly far away from what we understand as moral and making sense in the world. So liberal reality has just completely diverged from ours. It just sucks. Grantus Pax, welcome to the stream. I hope martyring this Ayatollah makes Shia Iranians love secular governments, least gullible liberal pundit. It's crazy. It's fucking wild. It's just like... liberal pundits, no matter what their takes on war would have been the rest of the time, when America starts a war, they're just deep-throating the boot immediately. But Trump may balk at the prospect of sustained higher oil prices, with some predictions that oil could reach $200 a barrel from slightly less than $73 at the start of the war, ahead of November's midterm elections. Even now, with oil at about $100 a barrel, the war has caused what the International Energy Agency says is the largest oil supply disruption in history. Gulf producers are cutting output by at least 10 million barrels a day, roughly 10% of global demand. The US has listed a panoply of rationales for the war. 10 were offered in the first 6 days, suggesting that victory could have many definitions. If the principal US aim is to destroy Iran's nuclear capabilities, that does not require Iran's regime to collapse, but just that it be so weakened that it can't rebuild for years. That doesn't necessarily mean, however, that the conditions would be right for the people to overthrow their government. Tactical success does not guarantee a successful post-regime Iran. Christopher Preble. Okay. Christopher Preble, a senior fellow and director of the Reimagining U.S. Grand Strategy Program at the Stimson Center, a think tank, told me. A strategic victory means the U.S. in a stronger position than when you started the war. U.S. history is riddled with wars won on the battlefield and lost in the aftermath. The military achieved one battlefield success after another in Vietnam, inflicting high casualties only to fail to preserve stability. The Viet Cong needed only to not lose in order to effectively win. They destroyed stability because that was their aim, because they're fascists, because they went in trying to make things shit in Vietnam on purpose, and they weren't trying to preserve stability, they were trying to destabilize the democratic creation of a socialist country. This shit's so fucking evil. And they had battlefield success after success in the sense of massacring tons of Vietnamese people with a massively overfunded military and a ton of military technologies that the Vietnamese did not have. And then the Vietnamese remained stable and furthermore kicked them out of the country and furthermore made a country that's far more fucking resilient and without outside interference will probably last a lot fucking longer than America. Sickening. Just sickening revisionism right in front of your eyes all the time, constantly of the real history of the world. It's just like the stuff you learn in school, the process of finding out that you've been lied to about some stuff because of ideological narratives that the West wants school curricula to cohere to. You find out more stuff and you're like, oh shit, this is kind of crazy. It's not like I've been told the ruling class's version of history, one deliberately poisoned against socialism and against the people. And then as you're living your life, as you're entering adulthood, as you're getting on with your life, you see these fucking people reaching to rewrite history even more. The version you learned wasn't propagandized and ideological enough. It's just fucking insane. Okay. More recently, US declared mission accomplished in Iraq, 2003. In Afghanistan, the US took Kabul within a month, only to have the Taliban spend the next 20 years not collapsing under strikes and then return to power hours after the US withdrawal. In all three conflicts, the US had clearly stated its initial strategic objectives, even if they turned out to be unachievable. The Trump administration, by contrast, has been inconsistent to say the least in its stated objectives, and regime change slipped away from many of its pronouncements. Whether that ambiguity is strategic, giving the president plenty of alternative paths to declaring victory should he decide to end the war, or reflects a lack of coordination, isn't clear. The White House has repeatedly said that the war will end at a time of the president's choosing after an unconditional surrender from Iran. But wars rarely end so neatly, nor is it clear to whom the regime would surrender, given there are no US or Israeli forces in the country. Even if Iran's nuclear programs are decimated, a weakened regime or its proxies might keep harassing the Strait of Hormuz, where 1/5 of the world's oil traveled before the war. Yesterday, Iran struck at least 3 ships near the strait, according to Kepler, a global ship tracking company. There is probably a range of outcomes that the administration would deem acceptable for the current war, ranging from the best case outcomes they hope for and a less good but not intolerable outcomes they can live with. Peter Fever, a professor of political science and public policy at Duke University, told me. But he noted that all wars end with negotiations leading to compromises, such as the US concession to retain Japan's emperor as a condition of ending World War II. What Trump might be open to is not known. Trump's unwillingness to define what a post-war Iran might look like should perhaps be no surprise. His love of real estate has never crossed over into a love of building nations. 1 month into his second term, Trump began airstrikes to combat terrorist groups in Somalia, and he has since ordered more strikes there than any US president. Yet he hasn't said what type of government he believes would be effective in stopping the extremist groups there. He sent special forces into Caracas in early January to remove Maduro, but he has yet to articulate a vision for Venezuela beyond the regime's compliance with the US authority. He doesn't have one. Come on. That's just like, come on. Anonymous, thank you so much for tipping £9. We are now very close to beating the dono goal, but I will not be streaming for much longer. So chat, like, if you want to get another gaming stream unlocked, you should get donating because we're really, really close. Okay. Where were we? US could very well end up having a friendly takeover of Cuba. He has not said what should come in place of the Castro regime or whether the US would participate in that change. Instead, the president has celebrated US strength and the military's ability to achieve quick tactical victories, usually led by air and naval power. In 2019 speech, Trump said that he liked General Dan Kane, because the then National Guard general told the president he could end the US war in Syria against the Islamic State quickly with air power. Sorry, it's just like I only just rewatched Belkacem the other day with a bunch of comrades, and like, it was anarchists who ended the... Whatever. I was upset with my generals because they weren't getting it finished. I want the job done, Trump said in the speech. And I said to the generals, listen, we got to get out. I want to know, why is it going to take 2 years to knock off 2 or 3 or 4%, which is what we had left? Kane, then a one-star general, told the president, according to Trump's recollection, if we attack them in a different manner, we can do it much faster. Earlier this year, the administration released a national defense strategy that calls for a refocusing away from the Middle East and toward the Western Hemisphere and threats from China, reflecting a sentiment that Trump articulated in a speech in Riyadh last year. The US needed to stop nation building because of its poor track record in shaping what happens after the invasion ends, he said. So-called nation builders wrecked far more nations than they built, and the interventionists were intervening in complex societies that they did not even understand themselves, Trump told the US Saudi Investment Forum. They told you how to do it, but they had no idea how to do it themselves. But perhaps the only thing worse than having an ineffective post-conflict plan may be having no plan at all. Okay. There we go. There's our... Good night, back. There we go. There's our 4-phase plan for... that we're in phase 2 of, I guess. The reason I said I hope this is not just parroting what the Trump regime has said about this is because, like, how fucking completely bizarre to simultaneously be saying, like, they say it's like this, and also trying to in some way question it, but just very completely ineffectually. Like, there's a lot of stuff you could do better here, like pointing out that to all outward appearances, they seemed to think they would do a big wave of strikes, and that would just kind of be it. Like, they would just immediately get regime change, everything would be fine. They got kind of pulled into this shit by Israel, and now they're stuck in this situation, and they've immediately pivoted to a line about how the plan was for things to take 6 weeks, and they're actually way ahead of schedule, which just sounds like a lie on the face of it. And, like, now they're getting absolutely punished with, like, oil prices. I don't know. I feel like, chat, offer me your takes on this article we just read, but, like, I feel like this is trying to do work to, like, build the rail tracks in front of Trump as the train is going. It's trying to build the wings onto the crashing plane. Like, this is trying so hard to make sense of the completely nonsensical, because the abusive fascist regime that you live under is making no fucking sense, and someone has to, right? But it's like, no, you don't. You can say, this is all fucking insane. Apparently not. I'm very struck here by the normalization of, like, naked imperialism at this point. Like, it was shocking for about 10 seconds, Venezuela, at the start of this year. And now we're just, like, all kind of used to the idea that Trump wants Greenland, and Trump wants Canada, and Trump has taken the leader of Venezuela, and it doesn't seem like anyone's doing anything about it, and he's starving Cubans, and that's just fine. Apparently, like the Pentagon has refocused itself to the Western Hemisphere. Okay, like that's not an okay situation on the face of it. Anyway, Hermeneutic says, I understood like someone trying to critique something while completely unable to imagine a reality different from what they're being told. Yeah, it's like, here is your chance, Nancy, to take a stand in this article against some of the stuff that's happening here, and instead it's just kind of is the stuff that's happening. Like, it's like Hume's is-ought gap, but the ought fell off. Just like, there just is. It is what it is. That's all there is. Pro-Trump, pro-militarism propaganda trying poorly to disguise itself as criticism. Yeah, could be overall. I think that's where I'm probably landing on this, but I'm open to more takes, but yeah. Anonymous, thank you so much for tipping 16 pounds. Hey, we've passed the goal! That's fantastic. Okay, we've passed 150 pounds, which means that we are now going to have an extra bonus stream next month. We will have a gaming stream on a Saturday next month. So in the first week of April. Cool. That's really exciting, and thank you again so much to everyone who has donated. We have one single article left to read, and then I'm going to wrap up, and I'm trying to do this one relatively quickly because it's already quite late. It's 11:20 at night, and I want to go and chill with my wife in bed and watch some stupid TV. Okay. Here it is. We are reading, and I've seen quite a lot of takes about this one, so it's going to be a bit of a time, I can guarantee you that. We are reading Thomas L. Friedman's How to Think About Trump's War with Iran. I love when people tell me what to think. Oh my goodness. And I actually will say, despite us having passed the goal, everyone, please support the stream. If you like the stream, this is my last reminder about it, because we're going to wrap up after this article. Okay. Hermeneutic says, I'm going Resident Evil Requiem mode. Exactly, that's what we'll be doing tomorrow. I'm looking forward to sharing my Resi takes. I've been like quite restrained, because I've been playing a lot of it today, and I've been not talking about it on stream, but it is honestly like on my mind. I love Resident Evil so much. I'm saving it all for this. This is the politics stream today. That's the game stream tomorrow. Okay. To think clearly about Middle East wars, you need to hold multiple thoughts in your head at the same time. All right, well, let's pack it in, everyone. that's we can't be doing that. Good night, Hermeneutics. Okay, you need to hold multiple thoughts in your head at the same time. It's a complicated kaleidoscopic region. Okay. It's exactly the same thing I was saying earlier about like saying it's a complicated region. I predicted this article. Like every motherfucker trying to justify imperialism says the same stuff. It's a complicated region. You know what's uncomplicated about it is that like people shouldn't be just like dropping bombs on children from the sky. That part is really uncomplicated. It's a complicated, kaleidoscopic region where religion, oil, tribal politics, and great power politics interweave in every major story. If you are looking for a black and white narrative, you might want to take up Checkers. You condescending piece of shit. So here are my 4 thoughts on Iran, at least for today. First, we're really just going to have 4 thoughts. Oh, no, it goes on for ages after that. We should be so lucky. First, I hope this effort to topple the clerical regime in Tehran succeeds. It is a regime that murders people, destabilizes its neighbors, and has destroyed a great civilization. There is no single event that could do more to put the whole Middle East on a more decent, inclusive trajectory than the replacement of Tehran's Islamic regime with a leadership focused exclusively on enabling the people of Iran to realize their full potential with a real voice in their own future. Immediately incorrect. Rongo bongo. There is a single greater event, which is the collapse of Israel. The the collapse of Israel and the withdrawal of all U.S. bases from the region would simply be enormous for like the region in terms of like self autonomy and sovereignty and being able to determine their own future. Second, this will not be easy because the regime is deeply entrenched and is hardly going to be toppled from the air alone. Israel has not been able to eliminate Hamas in Gaza after over 2 years of merciless air and ground war. It's a strange way to spell genocide. And Hamas is right next door. That said, even if this US-Israeli attack on Iran does not lead to the surprise... Oh, that was another thing I meant to say quickly about the other article we just read. Trump's thing about unconditional surrender, like, there are really important cracks showing even in the rhetoric by Trump and the regime. Like, they said that Trump will decide what constitutes an unconditional surrender. Like, that it won't necessarily require the Iranian leadership saying they surrender, but he'll decide when it counts as a surrender. Like, I feel like that's relevant to mention if you're writing that article. That said, even if this US-Israeli attack on Iran does not lead to the uprising by the Iranian people that President Trump has urged, it could have other unanticipated beneficial effects, like producing an Islamic Republic 2.0 that is much less threatening to its people and its neighbors. Maybe the bombing will be good for them. Incredible take, Thomas. Good job. But it could just as easily result in unanticipated dangers like the disintegration of Iran as a single geographic entity. Yeah, man. Stop. Stop it. Willada says, destabling how? Like, by saying it wants to conquer Canada and Greenland and kidnaps random leaders? Or are they bad because they praying in the White House, or because they use Palantir to surveil the people? I'm not quite following, I'm afraid. Oh, sorry. Oh, I've got something in my eye. Oh, at the worst time. I really want to wrap this up and finish. Okay, let's do this. Third, we must remember the timing of the end of this war will be determined by as much by the oil markets and the financial markets as by the military state of play inside Iran. Iran is on the edge of economic collapse, with the currency worth little more than wallpaper. Europe has become much more dependent on liquefied natural gas from the Persian Gulf to run its economies since phasing out purchases of natural gas from Russia. A sustained burst of inflation caused by higher energy prices would anger Trump's base, many of whom already don't like being dragged into another Middle East war. There are a lot of people who want this war to be short, and that will affect how and when Trump and Tehran negotiate. Oh, my eye. Ugh. Everyone, please donate to buy me a new eyeball. Ugh. Fourth, we must not let this war to bring democracy and the rule of law to Iran. So there's Thomas Friedman saying, that is what this war is. This war to bring democracy and the rule of law to Iran. We mustn't let it distract us from the threats to democracy and the rule of law posed by Trump in America and Netanyahu in Israel. What a baffling thing to say. Like, how can you cheer on the bombing of Iran so strongly, like be so hawkish, so in favor of interventionist, imperialist wars by America, that you're saying, I really do hate Trump, I promise, I really do think he's a threat to democracy, and we need to maintain that. We need to maintain... It might be the ultimate epitome of, like, words mean nothing. Like, it's just... to be saying, we have to remember Trump is really bad. Okay. Life as an opinion columnist would be easy if every war you had to take a stand on were the American Civil War and every leader were Abraham Lincoln. But they are not, so let's dig a little deeper into these 4 thoughts on Iran. While you'd never know it if you listen to the campus left in recent years, the Islamic Republic... Fuck off. The Islamic Republic of Iran has been the biggest imperialist power in the region since 1979, cultivating proxies to control 4 Arab states, Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, and Yemen, and undermining liberal reformers in all 4 by promoting sectarian divisions. Just the weakening of the Tehran regime, thanks to Israeli and American hammer blows over the last 2 years, has led to the downfall of the Iranian-bolstered Assad regime in Syria and enabled Lebanon to escape the vice grip of the Iranian-backed Hezbollah militia, which in turn has given space for Lebanon's most decent government in decades, one led by Prime Minister Nawaf Salam and President Joseph Aoun. This is so grim. That is why the death of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is being quietly or loudly celebrated across the region. Prince Infidel says, does this guy get paid by the condescending remark? Vord says, if you listen to people I don't want you to take seriously with no further explanation. Yeah, it's just like... sectarian division and all this stuff, like fighting liberal reformers. It's just when the liberal reformers are a propaganda tool sent by America, sent by like colonial imperialist forces, and the resistance, like the core that people have to like organize their resistance around is their religion. Like, this is an outcome that's gonna come about. Like, this is exactly the thing. Like, Americans who think that they do earnestly like bring democracy, the rule of law, and freedom to a region with bombs, they think that they do that because after the bombs they send Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris, you know. They send someone woke, and then the wokeness rubs off on people. But no, actually, you're making progressive values like seem like oppressive tools of control to a whole bunch of people. You're turning people away from the high-minded values that you espouse by delivering them on the brunt end of a fucking ICBM. Also, the Iranian people are among the most naturally pro-Western in the region. Excuse me? If that impulse is allowed to surface and spread, replace the divisive radical Islamist poison, entirely unloaded neutral phrase, propagated by the Iranian regime, we have the possibility for a much more inclusive Middle East. As the Lebanese Emirati strategist Nadim Kotech put it to me, it is not for nothing that one of the most popular chants of the anti-regime protesters in Iran has been, "No Gaza, no Lebanon, my life for Iran." Many Iranians have been sickened to watch their resources squandered on militias fighting Israel. Many Iranians have been sickened to watch their resources squandered on militias fighting Israel. Wow. Wow. Zyro says, did he just quiet majority the whole region? Yeah, that's a very good summary of what he just did. All right. It is also no accident Kotech noted that Iran just launched rockets against airports, hotels, and ports of the modernizing Arab Gulf states. They are attacking the infrastructure of openness and integration and the Abraham Accords. It was the old Middle East attacking the new Middle East, Kotech added. Khamenei's death, hopefully, is the death of Khamenei's idea, and the Middle East should be defined by resistance and not inclusion and integration. This is so fucking insidious to frame it all as just like this is like if the Borg could write op-eds, you know? It's just like they just want to resist rather than just like being inclusive and like integrating together with us, like for no reason. It's just so destructive how they're acting, being resisting like this. Like this is sick. Thank you, Anonymous, for the £3 tip. Hopefully, it will also end the double game practiced by Khamenei and his predecessors like Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, who served as Iran's president from 2005 until 2013 and was also reported dead from a US-Israeli strike. That Iran has the right to openly shout death to America and death to Israel, and then claim it also has the right to be treated like Denmark or to enrich uranium for peaceful purposes. Dude, it was enriching uranium for peaceful purpose. It was doing it for power. Like, it was doing it for nuclear energy. And that's just a provable fact. Like, they have let in IAEA inspectors every single time. Like, they don't have any... The closest thing they've found so far is they've gone, there's 60% enriched uranium, which could easily be enriched further in a very short amount of time. But it's like, well, why haven't you found any of the all the way enriched uranium? Like, this is a fever dream in terms of like the nuclear ambition stuff. It must be so shit to be in America right now. Not just for all the evil fascist shit going on there domestically, but just like, if this is how people are processing shit and this is like the party line, it must be impossible to talk about shit. Like to talk about the US-Israeli war in Iran. Because like this person lives on an entirely different planet. Okay. As for the idea that Iranian people will now come together and topple the regime, it's hard to see that happening anytime soon without a clear leader and a common agenda. The Iranian analysts I speak to say the more likely outcome is a kind of Islamic Republic 2.0, in which leading regime reformers like Hassan Rouhani, who served as the seventh president of Iran from 2013 to 2021, and has been increasingly outspoken critic of Khamenei's hard line, or the former foreign minister and nuclear negotiator Jared Zarif, pressed the surviving leadership to negotiate a deal with Trump. What you're wishing for, this absurd wish casting you're doing here, is wishing that the regime change works. You're hoping it just works, you know? This is an insane thing to say. Valerie, the lovely Italian, welcome to the stream. Oh, unfortunately, this is the last article. I'm going to be wrapping up shortly. In fact, I'm going to basically end right after the article because I want to get to bed. And people will just have to leave their comments on the VOD, I'm afraid. Such an Islamic Republic 2.0 regime might then be able to oversee a transition to a real Iranian democracy again. But Trump could also face accusations of throwing a life preserver to a dying regime that recently killed 6,800 protesters, according to the US-based HRANA, and likely many more. I'm going to stick with this one from now on. If this is the figure, I'm just going to stick to 6,800 from now on. In other words, starting this war was relatively easy. Ending it will not be. Such a deal might be tempting to Trump. It might be tempting to Trump, though, to avoid a prolonged war, a recession triggered by soaring oil prices, or the disintegration of Iran. Which is why I was not surprised to hear Trump tell The Atlantic, they want to talk, and I have agreed to talk, so I will be talking to them. As this column has noted before, in the Middle East, the opposite of autocracy is not necessarily democracy. Often it is disorder. Because when Middle East dictatorships are decapitated, one of two things happens. They either implode like Libya did, or they explode like Syria did. Persians are only around 60% of Iran's population. The other 40% is a mosaic of minorities, mainly Azeris, Kurds, Lurs, Arabs, and Baloch. Each has links with lands outside of Iran, especially Azeris with Azerbaijan and Kurds with Kurdistan. Prolonged chaos in Tehran could lead any of them to split off and for Iran to, in effect, explode. Iran has witnessed the collapse of governments or the fall of rulers throughout its history. Every time Iran stayed intact, said Kotich. For the first time, I am not sure it will stay intact. If you want to see $150 a barrel oil, that kind of Iranian disintegration would take you there. Iran's oil exports of 1.6 million barrels a day, which mostly go to China, would be taken completely off the global oil market. Some 20% of all global oil trade moves through the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran can shut down. Sorry, I don't know if I mentioned, but this article is from March 2nd. Oopsie. It's very funny, this take being so framed around, like, I think the war will be really quick because Iran will either completely destabilize and be done really soon, or they'll give up and, like, make concessions and negotiate with Trump really soon. And now it's 11 days later, and and it's looking, to me at least, a lot more like Trump will eat humble pie and pull the Americans out, and maybe even blame Israel on the way out, than anything else. Where were we? Insurance rates for oil shippers are already skyrocketing, and some 150 tankers in the Gulf are reportedly frozen in place. Meanwhile, over in Beijing, President Xi Jinping has to be wondering how his weapon systems would stack up against the US supplied ones to Taiwan, having seen US-made fighter planes and smart missiles easily evade or destroy Iran's Russian supplies anti-aircraft systems and assassinate much of Iran's national security elite in their homes and offices. Maybe this is not the week to invade Taiwan, or even next week. Why do you think China wants to invade Taiwan? This is such a common, like, American, like, Yankee-brained bullshit that I hear. China is just about to invade Taiwan. Like, what? Why? They have a peaceful and happy trade relationship with them. Like, fucking whatever. It might be a good week, though, for Beijing to look at all the Iranian people spontaneously dancing in the streets to celebrate the death of Khamenei, and ask itself if the People's Republic of China should have been propping up his regime with oil purchases all these years. Motherfucker, Europe bought loads of oil from Iran until last year. Loads of countries buy loads of oil from Iran. Shut the fuck up, dickhead. It is way too early to predict how this war will affect two critical 2026 elections, one in Israel and one in the United States. For Trump, it is simple. He does not want to see the word quagmire in any headline with his name in it ahead of the midterms in November. As for Netanyahu, I can imagine him calling for early elections to use the downfall of the Iranian regime to keep himself in power. But victory over Iran could also complicate his politics. Netanyahu has notched short-term military defeats over Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, and Iran, but he has not translated a single one of them into a long-term diplomatic or political gains. To do so would require him to agree to negotiate again with the Palestinians based on a framework of two states for two peoples. The opportunity for Israel could be enormous. If the Islamic Republic of Iran is either toppled or defanged, I have little doubt that Saudi Arabia, Lebanon, Syria, Oman, Qatar, Kuwait, and maybe even Iraq would feel much more comfortable normalizing relations with Israel, on the condition that Netanyahu does not annex Gaza or the West Bank, but agrees instead to a plan for separation and a two-state solution. There can be no plan. There can be no plan like that. Like, it's not actually up to, like, the Israeli government. The settlers are fascists and they want to kick out and kill all the Palestinians. Would Netanyahu rise to that opportunity? Would Israeli voters punish him if he doesn't? But I get ahead of myself. I expect by Wednesday there will be at least 3 more points competing in my head to make sense of it all, because this is the most plastic, unpredictable moment in the Middle East since the Islamic Revolution in 1979. Everything, and its opposite, is possible. I love the hedging at the end there. Just, like, also, like, all of my predictions could be, like, wrong, but, like, don't worry about it. It's just, like, such a, like... Yeah, you are wrong. You are wrong about, like, basically everything. You had incredibly bad takes that history proved to be wrong very quickly because there's a lot of history happening at the moment. It's just like, just... I usually try to veer just away from, like, just generally talking about intelligence because it's a very problematic concept that justifies a lot of cruel, horrible stuff in the world. This article was dumb. It was dumb. Like, it's bookended by Friedman saying, it's really complicated there, and we shouldn't say anything too simplistic about it. And then in his efforts to dance around the very obvious moral truth of the situation, which is that, like, America is not acting as a moral arbiter, world police who are, like, there because they care so much about what's right and people being oppressed by the Iranian regime, but there for, like, regional gains and control and imperialist domination and helping out Israel. Like, dodging around that shit has led him to write this completely dogshit article that just, like, even just says a bunch of stuff that's just immediately been proven false in the following 2 weeks. fucking embarrassing, basically. Okay, I'm wrapping up the stream. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. Thank you so much, VOD viewers, for watching. I look forward to reading all of your lovely comments. Everybody remember that my main job is as a video essayist. I will have more content up on Patreon soon. I will have more content out on my main channel soon. I'm working very hard. I'm a very busy little kitty right now. And I'm going to go and chill out and sleep. But I will see you all tomorrow for the Resident Evil stream. There are now 2 upcoming game streams. That's cool. And tomorrow I'll set a lower goal. So if we cross 100 pounds on that stream, we'll get an extra bonus stream. Okay, I will see you all tomorrow for gaming stream, and I'll see you also on Sunday for Red Planet. And I hope everybody has a wonderful night. We're all gonna make our favorite animal noises now. I should check out if anyone's on Twitch who I would want to raid. Lucky Bun was in this chat earlier, so I'm gonna raid into Lucky Bun again. Okay. You ready with all our favorite animal noises? Ready to tell them to Lucky Bun? Has that worked? Yes. Cool. All right. Have a wonderful night, everybody. Okay. And we're raiding in. One more time. Remember, everybody, new stuff going up on Patreon soon. New stuff coming up on my channel soon. And I'll see you all tomorrow for Resident Evil. Okay. Bye.